Be with and guide our world leaders through your intervention to find peace and resolve amongst the strife around the globe, especially in Israel, the Middle East, and Eastern Europe. We ask you to stay close to all our men and women in uniform throughout the world who provide and protect our freedoms of home, and also to keep all our first responders who tirelessly work to maintain our security, safety, health, and well-being 24 hours a day. For all of this, dear God, we give you thanks. May we remember, O God, how you have never said that our journey would be easy, but you have always said that our arrival would be truly worthwhile. And more, as it is written in your word in Acts chapter 14, verse 22, we must go through many hardships to enter the kingdom of God. And in 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 10, that is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am truly strong. It is in your holy name we pray these things. Amen. Call this meeting to order at 6:02. If you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Well, Madam Manager, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Any additions or deletions to the agenda this evening?
Yes, sir. Number 6, everybody should have a new agenda sheet, and then there's the copies out there and on the website. It's just adding the resolution 2025-18. It's our agreement with the county for our loan.
Okay,
That's all from staff.
thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if we could, I would request that we take new business item agenda 3 and move that to the next meeting so that we have time to receive all the evaluations.
Yes.
I will make a motion to table agenda item 3 until the next meeting.
Have a motion. Do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Green. Any further discussion? Do you have any problems with that, Madam Manager?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Any discussion from the constituents in the audience regarding just moving this to the next meeting for review and action? Hearing none, all those in favor of agenda item number 3 under new business being tabled to the next meeting in July, say aye. Aye as well, nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Madam Attorney. I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda with the said change.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner White. Do I have a second?
Second.
No. Second from our Vice Mayor, Ms. Bailey. Any further discussion from the dais? Any comments or discussion from the constituents in the audience? Hearing none. All those in favor of the adoption of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Next is the consent agenda.
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner White, a second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Any discussion? I have one correction on the May 27th meeting minutes. It said that Mayor Hope or Commissioner Hope adjourned the meeting. I was in Newberry, so I don't know who adjourned. I passed the gavel to Commissioner White, but I understand Vice Mayor Bailey came in, so I don't know what the action, if you passed the gavel to her or you adjourned the meeting, Commissioner White. But
I did.
so if we can make that correction for the minutes.
Yes,
in
sir. I
20
use a
seconds.
template, so I apologize.
That's what?
I use a template. So I
Absolutely, no,
apologize.
no, I just, because it was recorded that I went to 2 meetings and I wasn't back at this one to adjourn it, so just for record. I was here at 9:08, but you all had adjourned, so. And the other, if there's not anything else, I would like to pull the the bill payments, because I do have some questions, so I'd just like to separate that out, so I have the questions. If that's possible.
So that sounds like you might need to amend your motion that you pull that out.
I will amend my motion to pull the bill payments.
And I'll
Have a
amend my
motion,
second.
amend your second. Vice Mayor Bailey, thank you. Any other comments from the dais? Thank you for that courtesy. Anyone from the audience, from the constituency in the audience, want to speak to the consent agenda? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Karen Fiore. Just to be clear, you're approving the minutes for the last two, correct? That's what this motion is?
With the correction of the 27th, with who adjourned the meeting on the 27th.
Right,
That was the,
but that's what the topic's on.
yes,
so I
ma'am,
don't
or the
wanna
2 minutes. Yes,
speak-
ma'am.
It's the consent agenda, pulling out the last
And
one that
pulling
we're
out the bill
doing.
payments for a separate discussion.
Yep. So I just want to address a couple things that, the items that were sent to Doge, I was provided some copies of the documents, and I'm confused on some of the numbers. And I'm going to go fast because I know no one's going to reply, and I want to make sure that my time is used. So there was some documents showing the employee time, hours for both fiscal year '23 through current. And I'm confused. I thought Deanna was a full salary employee, so I don't understand the numbers. It only has 1.8. I thought if you work 40 hours, 52 weeks, you would be, 2,080 hours a week. So I was confused on the hours. I would make note to, if you all looked at that, to pay attention to how many hours Scott White is working. And a lot of that, I think, has to do with his call-out time. The other thing I have, the positions that were provided to Doge, I believe that the Public Works Assistant, there's two of them, I think one is vacant. Yet it's reported here to Doge, but then we don't include the city manager as a separate position. It's included within the deputy city clerk's position. So I don't think it's very clear on the true positions that we have. And if that truly is a vacant position, I think that's great. You should keep it vacant because that will really help you with your budget. They presented the budget and loss statements. I know that there was a write-up saying the reason why they are not correct because of the previous staff. I don't understand, though, if reconciliations for 23-24 had already been completed, why are they not flowing through your profit and loss? That's automatic through your software. Last meeting, we talked about closing the splash pad. I see it's on again that we have closed it. So we need to think outside the box. So the splash pad was funded through Wild Spaces Public Places funding. You can continue to maintain that project with Wild Spaces Public Places funding. So I would ask you to rethink before we completely say we're just going to completely close that down. You also used Wild Spaces Public money for the community center. Go ahead and use that money that you have sitting there to continue to maintain the community center for certain projects. You're allowed to do that with the Wild Spaces money if it was an improved project, and those two were. Same with your equipment on the playground. If you have issues with equipment, you can get it paid for with your Wild Spaces Public Places money, so you don't have to use your revenue from your general fund. The item for, and I don't mean to pick on this individual, the washroom attendant requirements. So go back to those call-out times that I think maybe we can cut down on some expenditures. The requirements for that position, it says flexible to work different shifts, including weekends and holidays and odd hours. Is there potentially an area where we can adjust that individual's time so that it reflects having to do the opening and closing correctly without having to pay those 2 extra hours for call-out time? I think that's all I have on that.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you very much. Duly noted, Ms. Fiore. Madam Manager, if you would just make those notes just for your own ability to review and see if there can be adjustments or improvements made. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski.
Yeah,
Welcome.
Good evening. Just as you're going, I know you pulled this out for discussion for the next item, but as you go through this next item, please consider that you don't have anything that says how much % of budget you have spent. I've mentioned this a couple different times. So you're going through and you're going to be looking at bills either approving or disapproving, and you really have no idea just what the budget hit is and how much you have left to spend. And you really need to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Just have a few questions, and certainly, Ms. Altop, I don't need all the answers now, but if it could just record them, or we can have a conversation further in the week about anything specific. Some of it is just notation. I understand that my questions will begin on 425 West Farms, that's on page 7. The 425 payment, just for my record moving forward, is that paid for the month of service? So that would be for April, the way you're looking at that? Or the way that that's posted? And again, not to belabor Justin and his efforts, but if he could just put abbreviated month of payment, then it would keep us straight, and especially in my old age at this point, until we get to the profit and loss position. But I'm assuming that's for April services, or is that for the month before, and we're just staying a month behind?
I'll have to check. I think
Okay.
we do in advance.
All right.
I'm not positive.
Again, that's just one. Then my next kind of focus was I saw, beginning on 5/1, it is the first payment to a secondary insurance company, I'd say it. There's Globe Life, and then on 5/5, there's Humana, and then on 5/14, there's Colonial Life, and then on 5/19, there's Aflac. My million-dollar question is, are all those secondary insurances pass-through expenses where 100% is recouped through payroll deduction?
Humana is the only one that's not, because that's our dental, vision, and life, I believe. So that and Florida Blue, the city pays for the rest. Yes, it's deducted from their paychecks.
Okay,
Is that
so
what you're
we
asking?
pick up dental for employees only,
Dental, yes, there's
And
dental,
vision.
vision, there's life.
employee only,
Oh, yes, yes.
but all additional expenses are passed through payroll deduction.
Yes, they are.
May I ask who is looking for that to be correct at each payroll drop? Or do you scan or review that, or kind of know, or that's just left up to Justin at this point?
Well, this QuickBooks still isn't working properly, so he's just putting in the best he can, so we're gonna have to true that out.
Audit that,
Well, we're trying to move to Edmunds,
okay?
but yes.
So that's a things to do to audit the pass-through payroll deductions year-to-date
Yeah,
to ensure.
we can, we just did it not long ago, but we can do it again if you'd like.
Okay, I mean, because that's a lot of secondary insurance, just in our times of tightening the belt or whatever. And just a suggestion, and you could bring it back from your reports or whatever, what would it take to, I know what it takes because I had to do it in my own business, but to release ourselves of those secondary pass-through payments and notification first to the insurance carrier and then to our employees with due diligent notice so that they could prepare, that they could continue, but they would pay themselves as opposed to payroll deduction. Could you just look into that as a things to do? Because it would begin to simplify some of our excessive amount of, with so little staff and so many things. I know we're trying to do everything like the big boys, but this is Archer, and we're in recovery. So I know it's doable because I had to do it. Employees were not happy, but they appreciated the fact they could continue it. They would just be responsible for the billing and the payment as opposed to payroll deduction. Thank you. And again, I hope by consensus you all would just approve of looking at that and just see, because that would simplify some things. Again, my question about West Farms, we had the payment in 425, and then we had another payment come up on 512. This is still on page 7. So my question again is now that for the May month of service and we're paying early, or are we just that far behind? So we just find that out. I would appreciate it. On page 8, on 516, it's the first and only line item, the core and main LP auto gun and 3/4 curb stop. This is for reading water meters?
Correct, and you guys approved, well, we purchased it and then I brought it to you guys. So we
Okay,
can-
and this is not including the 1804 for a core and main that we're going to look at tonight? That's
Correct.
something additional?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a one-time expense for that replacement of that piece of equipment that's probably 2 years old, I think we said?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. The Florida Municipal Insurance for 6/1, a quarterly city insurance, that is our quarterly payment of $27,000. It comes just 4 times a year?
Yes,
Every
sir.
3 months?
Yes, and we
Okay.
just paid the next invoice.
Is it remain the same each time, plus or minus, or
I
is
think
it
this time's a like $30 or $60 less.
less?
Some kind of credit.
But it's in that
but
27K
Yes,
range every
it
3
is.
months? Okay,
It's a big.
thank you. The 6/5/25, still on page 8. 1, 2, 3, 4 items down. The Florida Northern Railroad, the railroad signal maintenance, that's once a year, once every 5 years?
I'd have to look at it. I believe it's once a year, but I'm not
Okay,
positive on that.
okay, but it is an annual one-time expense or
Yes,
more?
yes, sir.
Okay, as far as the period of time. On 6/5 still, going down, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. It's the Courtney Washington ACC rental refund. Instead of 300, it's 600. Is that because she paid that much more deposit? Or,
Can't remember if that was the one that you guys gave a full refund or she canceled. I'm not sure on that.
okay.
Either she canceled or she was one that got a full refund.
She was the one that
For
got
the
full
AC?
refund, so
Okay.
the 300 was probably her deposit.
It was.
So it was the
And the
300
amount she
deposit
paid.
and then the 300 for the amount paid?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because all the others are $300, that's why I was
Right,
just bringing
so
it
the
to our
three-
attention, so,
Right.
okay.
That's the deposit.
Yes,
There was
ma'am.
normal 300 of deposits.
All right, thank you. Further down on 6/5/25, about 2 more lines down, the Gatorland Kubota, 4 new tires and a service. Is that the first time we've changed those tires in several years with Kubota?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
and it's for the skid steer. I hand wrote it in, but I don't know if.
That we
everyone got
utilize
it.
all the time, so
Yeah,
it's,
they had to do maintenance, but yeah, it had been
the
neglected for a
tires are very
while.
expensive.
And with
Okay.
hurricane season, we wanted that good to
Okay.
go.
Thank you. That's, I made that assumption, but I just wanted to clarify and bring that to our attention. On page 1 of the water fund, the question came up, I think, a month ago or 2 meetings ago about credit card expenses. I see us paying the Maris Visa credit card for February, the Maris Visa credit card for March, and the Maris Visa for April. Those are 3 of the months, so we're caught up except for the May payment, or?
So somehow we didn't owe May, so it's always on my calendar to pay. So for the June, I think it was like 3,200 or something. We haven't got the statement yet. I just called them.
And that would be for the month of May, the credit card expenses?
We didn't owe any payment in May because we had paid ahead because we try not to use the credit card at all.
Okay,
So, but we had to use a little bit. So the next bill I think is 32 or 3,300, somewhere around there. So
and that'll be for almost 2 months?
So it'll be June, around June 20th, a little round there that's due by the 20th. So.
And that would be for May and June's activity, correct? When it
Right.
comes up there.
The only reason there's a skip in the month, like I said, is because either we didn't use it or we had paid ahead somehow. As you can see, we don't use it very often.
So we paid ahead at this point, or no?
At this point, yes, we don't owe anything till June 20th.
Okay. But you anticipate that one to be 3,300?
Around,
For
yes, sir.
the activity in May and through June when it
Correct.
shows?
Yes.
Okay. And you authorize all of that credit card use yourself as our interim city manager?
Yes, the only thing would be there's a few auto withdrawal things that don't take bank accounts, but I think I canceled a few of
Okay.
those.
And again,
But-
just on things to do, could you provide us just a list of those auto pays on the credit card so that we don't keep asking the same stupid questions over and over as we just keep moving forward with review? So we know that those are given every month, and then we can still have a management scope of what the use is. And then the last question on that page 1 is I see on 5.2, a Blue Cross for $38.67.32. And then we had on 4.2, a Blue Cross for $38.67.32. That's the monthly expense. And that includes all pass-through choices that they may make on the Blue Cross?
City pays that 100%, that's our health insurance.
That is for the employees only,
Correct,
no family coverage?
correct.
No. Okay. Does that come up every month on the second of the month, pretty much?
I think it's due by the 1st.
And is that an auto draft, probably?
No, I call it.
You have to call
I
it
go
in and
the-
release
No, I
the
go in the
payment.
portal and make the payment.
Okay. And then again, I'm sorry, I'm just, well, I've got you captured just on the bank statements. On the second page of the bank statements, on 5.6, pre-authorized WD, Florida Department of Revenue, for $8,096.04. This is a month-to-month
FRS,
FRS.
Yes, sir.
That's what we pay in our retirement every month.
around there.
Around
It'll
plus
go
or minus, up and down a little bit.
yes.
But that is the retirement pension plan that we have to pay. Okay.
Right.
And then on the third page of that bank statement on 520, it's a pre-authorized WD IRS US tax payment. That's our 941, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just taking a quick glance at this stuff. The next page at 528, there is a service charge on 528, 2 charges. One is, this is getting minuscule, and I'm sorry to ask, but it's $51 deduction and a $12 deduction. It was just
Somebody-
one return item of $51, so there was a
Yeah,
$12.
somebody's payment bounced, so that's the $51, come back and then we pay a $12 fee.
And we recoup that from that bounce check, from that
Yes,
account?
yes,
Okay. And it's a water account probably? Yeah,
most likely.
yeah, okay.
Well, it
All right,
yes.
just asking. That's all. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Commissioner Penny.
With the,
Microphone.
sorry, with the softball team, I thought that all those were, what's the word? Not scholarship, but funded. Cause what's the, so what, spring baseball uniforms of $2,333. I thought, each baseball team was responsible for their own.
The kids pay a sign-up fee, which takes care of their uniforms. However, it goes into the city's account, and when we pay it, then it comes out of the city's account.
Okay, so, all right. And then, the, city, street and park lights, is that for the $2,559, on May 7th? What is that? Is that for the whole city of Archer or one of the parks or? The city streets?
That would be yes ma'am, it would be the street lights and I believe it's Wilson Robinson Park, so that's why it's so much. Our street lights cost a lot of money every month.
So,
Okay.
so is it determined on how long we run them, like if we cut them off earlier or whatever?
I believe it's on how many, I don't know if it's on how long.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But you said that includes the whole city?
The whole
city.
Whole
Yes,
city,
ma'am.
so that's not that part, yeah. So the city lights stay on all night.
Correct.
How you know that?
I had a question on, with the uniforms, Commissioner White seems to know a lot about that.
Microphone.
So, I am so sorry.
That's okay.
And, with what's collected from the kids, do the uniforms basically pay for themselves?
Kids' fees pay for their uniforms It pays part of Babe Ruth. I think it pays part of Babe Ruth. The insurance, yeah, the Babe Ruth insurance. And, I'm not sure what all it does cover, but it covers their uniforms. And,
Okay.
And I believe that they figured that it would cover Babe Ruth, all of it together.
Okay, I'm looking for that line item again, I lost it. So, but I just wanted to see if it basically covered itself or if it was costing us anything.
Yeah.
Okay,
Not
mean,
the
for the-
uniforms, the uniforms do not cost the city, and,
so the program itself, because I know that was one
Well,
of
we
the
have
things.
sponsorships, you have the banner purchases,
The banner, yeah.
sponsorship that goes
Okay.
into that
all
fund.
of it, yeah, and it covers their, it covers their,
Insurance.
that's the Babe Ruth insurance, it covers their charter fees, it covers, I'm not sure what all, but I can let you know.
They would
Okay,
just see if
I'm
it's, what the cost is.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful, just as an exercise, I think.
Could I answer that?
Yeah.
Justin sent me a text and said that, the sign-up fees, and our team sponsors are pay for Babe Ruth and uniforms.
The sponsorships.
Yes.
Between the banners and the team
Sign-up
sponsors.
fees and the team sponsorships, yes.
And there's also charter fees, isn't there?
I think that's what you meant.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I believe there's charter fees, but I think that takes care of that also.
Okay,
Microphone.
At the end of the year, they just had an all-star. At the end of the year, any team that wants to participate in the all-star game, they are responsible for anything they have to have. It doesn't come before the city. The uniforms, the sponsor pays for most of the time. It did this year, so I'm assuming it does. But that costs the city nothing either. I don't think. No, I'm sure it does.
Thank you. Commissioner Penny, any other questions?
I think I'm done.
You're done, okay. Anyone else? Anyone from the constituents in the audience with questions regarding bill payments? Hearing none, thank you very much. Moving on. Yep. Do I have a motion to approve the bill payments as reviewed?
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner White. Do I have a second?
Second. I thought we
Second
had.
from Marilyn Green. Commissioner Marilyn Green. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the bill payments as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Next is public announcements. Do we have any public announcements? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Jennifer Rossi, resident. I just wanted to, we've posted our new date for the community outreach program, and we have our Paint and Praise coming up on June 20th, and we're going to be doing a festive 4th of July painting, and I just wanted to announce it to everybody, so make sure that everybody got the invite.
And it will be at
It will be at First United
Archer
Methodist.
United Methodist Church?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, 6 o'clock,
Six.
Friday, June 20th.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Green, welcome.
In Green. We have the farmer's market every Tuesday afternoon over at the railroad depot, and we have a good time. But from time to time, we have a special day, and on June 24th is Bo Diddley Day, and his daughter is one of the participants in this market, and so we'll have some special things that day. So put Bo Diddley Day on your calendar for June 24th, and that's from 3 to 7
3 to
on
7.
Tuesday.
Thank you, ma'am. And as a compliment, I don't know who you're contracting for the service and the maintenance of the depot grounds, but he does a wonderful job today. I've never seen he works as detailed as me when I do my yard. I stood in my window and Mary said, "What are you looking at?" I said, "A man that works as diligent as I do in my yard." And so it looks wonderful. It shows. Yes, ma'am. Welcome, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you. My announcement is that the BMEC
cemetery over here. They're gonna have we're gonna have a big cleanup on the 28th of June. We're gonna serve hot dogs and potato chips and all of that to try to get people out. And we're recruiting the community service workers as well as other people from around Alachua County. I understand that Keep Alachua County Beautiful is back in business. So we want to invite everybody there because it's important that we maintain this. I would also like to offer my condolences and my heartfelt sympathy to Miss Kathy Penny. I understand you lost your dear aunt, and I do know her. She is a citizen in this town, and I wasn't able to attend the funeral, but I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Ms. Lopez, what time is the cleanup? Do you have
sorry
a
about
10 to 2 or what?
Oh, no, we usually start about 9 in the morning when we do our cleanups, and it goes until maybe about 1 or 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Moving on, public comment period number 1. As part of the commission's public outreach, we invite Archer residents and the members of the public to share their thoughts, suggestions, and concerns at designated times during commission meetings. Each person is allotted the maximum time of 3 minutes to ensure everyone has an opportunity to be heard and responded to. We ask that you adhere to the following guidelines. Please state your name. First name is okay. Please state your question, comment, or concern in as few words as possible. Please try to make it clear what information you want or what problem you want solved so that the commission can accurately respond to your request. And please be civil, courteous to others and refrain from using language that would be considered insulting, offensive, or insensitive in this forum. Thank you. Anyone? Yes, sir. Welcome, Mr. Arnold.
Hello, y'all. Gene Arnold. First thing, thank you, Ms. Fiore, for getting up here and learn something every day. Mentioning the wild spaces and the maintenance, and maybe y'all knew that. I didn't know that, but I'm learning more about how there's buckets of money and how you get chastised if you use the wrong bucket, I guess. So something to consider. Mayor, I was not happy with you leaving the last meeting. Everyone has an opinion.
Yes, sir.
That's my opinion. However, I watched your presentation, if you will, or your time spent in Newberry, and I thought you did an excellent job representing Newberry. Newberry, representing Archer. I'm sorry.
Just
You're
being present.
You're in Newberry, you're
Saying-
representing Archer.
Archer's still alive. Yes, sir.
I apologize. With that said, I thought Newberry received you very warmly,
Yes, sir.
as opposed to what we had heard was, don't go, don't go.
It's going to be an ambush. Yeah,
Going to be an but it seemed like it went very well.
it's
So
appreciated. Yes, sir.
I hope that, I know there's been, Jordan has reached out and made some public statements and things, so I hope that's going well. Look forward to getting maybe an update later on. The supplemental payments that you suggested, it's a great idea. Poor Deanna is buried with
Takes burden off of
paper,
our staff.
just one less thing
Yep.
as we look at how we can save money and be more efficient. I know that's probably
It's
it's not good for the employees as much, not as convenient, but it's just something that we should look at doing.
Thanks, sir.
Circling back, I didn't want to get up and speak twice, but at least on the issue of the banks or the statements and whatnot. What interest do we get? Do you know? Because it doesn't show what that interest rate is. Are they paying us 1%, 2%? I'm curious because the county somehow is getting 4.5%, which on a checking account is pretty darn good. So Commissioner Chestnut was adamant that he wanted to get his interest. Oh, and by the way, when the city pays that back, I hope that you do it with a check and you go to the commission meeting and you let some constituents know, so we're there to hand it and look at Mr. Cornell and let him know that we're paid in full.
Archer's recovery is continuing. Yes, sir.
Yes, that'll be a nice day. One thing just on the Crystal Air, it just says diagnostic test, and it's on 5/22, and then it's on, I think it was right, on 5/12. It's for 306. I just want to make sure that's not a double dip type of thing. They literally did the same diagnostic test a week later and they charged 306 on that. I guess we got a new postage stamp machine. The old one was broken, so that was a big cost. Otherwise, good questions, but Edmonds, the 5-year, big charges on the general fund, and then 18,000 recently for 5 years on the water. I guess somehow you split those, so it's expensive. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fiore.
Karen Fiore, citizen. So I requested and I provided in writing a list of questions so that I could continue to help with the fiscal year 26 budget. I did not receive any response from staff. I reached out again last week with some additional questions. I still have not received any response from staff. I would like to help you with your budget. I apparently from staff probably doesn't want my help, it's feeling like, but those questions that I asked would really help to tighten up your budget and to provide you with perhaps correct revenues and expenditures. And I have a request on the agenda items. Can we add a little bit of data to these? Like, for example, we're going to look at some resolutions about painting murals. Like, why were we even looking at that? I don't recall why we even have to look at that. Why would we be doing that now when we're in a crisis for revenues? Maybe that's what you're thinking, but I don't know because there's no detail on the agenda item except the backup showing other counties' programs, I guess.
Okay.
So I just ask that you put more
Brief
detail in
summary.
it.
Duly noted. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I asked about the
Brought it up.
murals.
Yes, ma'am.
We had a citizen that was wanting her gate or fence with a mural on it and was told that she couldn't, and there was maybe an ordinance. And so I questioned the attorney and asked her to check into it.
And bring us back information, but the summary, the brief summary, just to update if you missed it, it would be helpful if we could do that. Madam Manager, if that's possible, just a two-liner on where that came from. Thank you. Yes, sir.
And Bill Nodowski, citizen. So there are several capital improvement projects we're talking about, sewer, water, et cetera. It would be helpful if the commission, both for the citizens and for your own, to put together a one-page fact sheet on each one of these projects to talk about how much money it is, what's going on, what's the payment. So for example, for the arrangement with Newberry, there's some payments that are involved with that. The amounts aren't in there. So I think it would be helpful for everybody if we knew exactly how much was being spent on each project, what the source of funds are, whether it's from grant or whatever, because
Yes.
the Newberry one is both federal and state. It's a combination. So I think it would be helpful for everybody if we knew exactly how much money, what the source was, and what payments are expected over the lifetime of those projects for each one. I think it would make it easier for everybody.
Thank you very much.
I just have a couple of Roberto Lopez questions here. In the package, you have letter to USDA. Have you completed that?
No, she called me kind of late Thursday, and I told her I wasn't comfortable writing the letter, so I did ask the attorneys. But I think until we decide, or the commission decides, or whoever decides we're gonna move forward, then they want that letter written, so they can change the grant and the use of the building. So no, it's not done yet.
Okay,
No.
but it was on the agenda, and I was just wondering. I'm also wondering why Ms. Fiora is not getting some of the things that she needs to help this commission.
She's a volunteer. I can answer that, and it's in my report this evening to bring it up to this dais.
Okay,
Until and I'm speaking for you, Ms. Fiore, but I think there's confidentiality and privacy issues that can't be provided in some of the line items she needs.
okay.
But I've heard multiple times her ability to assist and have spoken with her about assisting because she's certainly qualified. So I'll be speaking to that in my report this evening.
And that's my concern. We have a qualified person who bailed us out.
We have multiple citizens
Yes.
that are requesting
Right.
assist. Yes, ma'am.
And I don't quite understand this because we're in a predicament right now.
That too will be in my report this evening for an
Okay.
update. Thank you.
The other thing I want to mention, because I don't want it to interfere with my report when I get up here, is that I want to thank Laura Costello. She is not here tonight, but I noticed that she did send me a long list of people that she had gathered to work on the committee, if you guys approve it. And I just think it's great because it's about 13 people on this list here who want to help. I don't know if y'all seen it or not, but I just wanted to point that out and thank Ms. Costello.
Thank you for sharing that.
I'll just give her these so she can pass them out.
Miss Costello is vacationing like she loves to do and travel.
She
So.
didn't say,
Ma'am? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
She didn't say any of it.
Oh. That's the only reason she's not with us this evening. She's very dedicated. Anyone else? Thank y'all very much. Planning calendar?
Yes, Mayor Hope, excuse me, so City Hall will be closed on Thursday, June 19th, in observation of Juneteenth. And then our next city commission meeting will be on Monday, July 14th, here at City Hall at 6 p.m.
Okay. Moving on to old business. First item, Mayor's line of credit payment to Kimley Horn of $193K for wastewater invoices.
Okay. I think all of you got a call from Jordan Marlowe. If you didn't, he was trying to reach everybody. Yeah, okay. So he was just explaining that due to timing between our commission meeting, their commission meeting, we weren't going to be able to probably settle on the loans in order to get Kimley Horn paid by the end of June. So I'm just proposing, I was able to draw down the $193,000. So I called them, they seemed to have they weren't gonna stop it or retract it, so I just gotta call the Treasury Department to move it into pay Kimley Horn, so I'm just asking for approval to make the $193,000 payment to Kimley Horn.
By consensus, do we have that approval?
No, we need a motion, don't we?
Yeah, let's do
We need a motion. So,
I'll
so
entertain a motion.
moved.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Green. Any other discussion? Thank you very much. You know my feelings on this.
Discussion.
I've been asking and begging for weeks, so.
Discussion, no discussion. I saw your hand.
Any other discussion? Commissioner White? And when will that be remitted to them? Do we have, once it's approved tonight, but
I'll just call the number in the morning once they open and get it transmitted over, and then I'll probably get with the attorneys too
Right.
to make sure.
and the only other question I have, and this is to our attorneys, are we in a position that we need to not necessarily do a demand letter, but certainly release that information immediately to Woodard and Kern as a request?
As soon as we receive the information, we would absolutely send it over to Woodard and Kern. Is
We
that the
would,
question?
As opposed, okay.
We
So
would
that-
receive the information from Kimley Horn and we would send
For
it.
us to then begin to answer the DEP question going back to August of '24 forward.
So Kimley Horn would finish out the DEP permitting process. That's part of what we
We're
are,
paying for.
we're working on and paying for. So there will be more work that they do to finish out that process. My understanding is it's not very much. I believe that we have someone from Kimley Horn here. She's nodding her head. So not very much more work is occurring on that. They just need to finish out the process, and this payment is in order for us to get them paid so that they will continue working on that.
Ma'am, you're in the audience. Would you like to speak to the success story of getting your payment for your company?
So with this,
And what tentative actions you might have as far as timeline? If you could share that with us at 30,000 feet, I would be appreciative of that. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, Heather Roberts with Kimley Horn.
Hi, Ms. Roberts.
Could you repeat the question for me,
The
please?
question is just, once you receive your payment
Yep.
for the work tasks at hand, what timeline would you then be under to release that information to us and to certainly answer the question DEP has on certain of those scope of services that you do?
So two pieces there. With this funding, which is not everything that's outstanding, but I think is for the water wastewater piece. So with this funding, we could move forward on the DEP resubmittal. We would like to see the rest of the money paid before we release all of our files back to the city. So I would propose that we do the DEP submittal and then release the files to the city once that's all complete.
You propose what? I'm sorry.
That we would resubmit to DEP and then begin the process of sharing all those files with you all.
Okay, and you would keep us updated to that?
Of course.
Everything
yes.
that you're responding to DEP on is,
Yes, typically we work through Deanna on that and we copy Deanna on anything that gets
okay.
submitted.
I mean, I'd like total transparency, just so that we're on top of what you all are providing for DEP.
Certainly.
And to just clarify,
Yeah.
because I know that we've been talking about different pieces of this, and so I want to make sure that we're clear on where the process is. The discussions previously were, well, why don't we just get what Kimley Horn has already worked on and provide that to Woodard and Curran, and they can finish the FDEP process. And the reason was because we haven't paid our bill, we don't get access to the files. So the critical element was finishing the FDEP process, which is really what we're focusing on now.
And
then once we make
why I've
full
asked you to come
payment, we're
forward.
entitled to our files.
There's a two-step process here, so as you prepare that, if you could just
Sure.
apprise us through our interim city manager so that we could be apprised, since we're
Yes.
going to one
Now,
meeting.
it will take us some time to prepare the changes to the plans and resubmit it to DEP. So I'll have to check with our project team about how long that takes to do that.
Do you know what that deadline is for DEP to get their response?
My understanding is they
That's all.
have a quarterly cycle, and so it can be any quarter, it's just where we fall within their cycle. And so we either are able to queue it up for the current meeting, or if not, that we simply queue it up for the next quarterly cycle.
Okay, so that could be August, September, October is what you're looking
I
at?
do believe it's either an August meeting
Or
or a November meeting
November meeting.
potentially.
Okay,
But I certainly can speak with our project team that's doing that, and we can
and just
connect with
apprise us
Deanna
of that
tomorrow
for our
and share
timeline,
those
because we have
details.
citizenry that's always asking us where are we at with the project, and
Certainly, we
and
can.
we have considerations like, possibly reconvening our wastewater or sewer committee, as we've done in the past, those kind of things, and
Okay,
it would help them.
certainly. I
jumpstart.
can get with our team and get that timeline over to
Thank you
Deanna
very
and
much,
Kirsten.
Ms. Roberts, appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm confused because I thought that we were borrowing the money to pay this in full. I thought it was paid in full. Now, the 60,000 for the water is being paid. How much more do we owe Kimley Horn?
If you get the 193 and the 68.
Yeah.
It's been funded by another source, at an interest rate.
I'm just saying that you're saying that's not gonna pay us in full.
I don't believe that it does. I'm looking for my current statement here, which I'm happy to send over, but I think at last I looked, and I'll ask for your forgiveness, I was out of the office last week, and so I'm catching up myself. But the last balance that I show is 289,000 approximately that was outstanding. And Deanna may have that statement available too.
So this would pay it in full with this,
Except for $28,000, plus or minus, without my calculator in my hand.
Right, around 28,000 is still owe.
Would be the balance on the final of the project for
and we
submittal.
won't get anything until that's paid in full.
So we're happy to talk to your city attorney and your city manager as we've been doing throughout this whole process and kind of come up with, I appreciate your all's work on trying to find some funding solutions. And so now that we have kind of a plan in motion, circling back to our discussions of what exactly do you all want us to do? What exactly do you want us all to prepare to give back to the city? And what is kind of the final path of resolution of all of the items?
So,
I understand, Commissioner, why you're saying, when are we finished?
Yeah, I am,
With
I'm
that,
just
when-
saying it seems to.
Keep
Are we
growing.
paying you to be here tonight?
No, ma'am.
Are we paying Kimley Horn for you to be here?
No, ma'am.
yeah, so just to clarify, there are several different projects that Kimley Horn has been working with us on. Obviously, they've been our engineer for a long time. So we've been talking about wastewater and water projects primarily because one, those have the greatest outstanding bills, and two, those are really sort of the time-sensitive ones that we really need to get moving. But that doesn't mean that those are all of the invoices that are owed to Kimley Horn for all work that's been done. And when we have copies of the invoices, and Deanna and I have been able to review those as well. So I couldn't itemize for you every single other project that work is still, or that money is still due on. off the top of my head, but we can certainly provide you with copies of the invoices if you would like to see them. They do itemize the work that Kimley Horn did, and we know which invoices are still outstanding. So what we've been talking about here is moving forward with FDEP and that permitting process and getting that done. We need to make a payment in order to get that done. This is that piece of it. Now, there are more pieces that come down the road, because once we get through FDEP permitting, then Woodard and Curran, per this commission's discussions, is going to sort of take the baton from there. But as we've just discussed, we've got August, we've got November potentially as timeline for that. So as to the remaining balance, we still have some additional correspondence that is going to go on between
Specific
the
to the
city
wastewater.
and
Or that's-
Kimley Horn regarding the outstanding balance, that 28,000. Does that make sense?
And could you give a detail of that $28,000 balance once the remittance of all the other scope of services are paid, of the monies we shoot to you? Could you give us the balance and what detail of that scope of service is still outstanding?
Certainly we can.
Specifically, I mean, my concern is if there's anything to do with the wastewater project is the highest priority at this point. I mean, the water, we have Florida Resiliency Grant that we're going to apply for to net that out with the water portion that we're receiving for payment to you. But again, just our recovery efforts, we need as much information as you can provide on specificity on what's left.
Well, and my understanding is that there's not a whole lot of additional work that you all would like Kimley Horn to continue with. The one item that I'm aware of is that you'd like us to resubmit to DEP and to modify the plans per their comments. So that's the one item on our list. And I think part of this transition and handover is we pull files and project status and hand everything back to you all to move forward with another consultant with, move forward with directly, or however you want to proceed. So the only item I'm aware of that you all want us to proceed with is that DEP resubmittal.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Roberts?
Just one.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying that we may not make the June 30th deadline?
I will have to check my notes, and this is the information I can provide in a follow-up to Deanna and to Kirsten tomorrow. So I'll have to check that.
So basically, what we're paying now will get the ball rolling. That's what we need released
It
from you guys.
restarts work.
Right.
It restarts work on this critical
Whether their staff can
time-sensitive
hit the
item.
deadline of the June 30th for the answers would be something you'd have to get with.
I will have to answer that tomorrow, yes, or later this
Certainly
week.
don't rush. I'd rather be accurate than rush, but it would change the cycle then for us 3 more months down the road.
So my question is it completed and we're just paying for what you have done, or did you say you had to resubmit, modify? And if something is not right and it don't go through, what do we do then? Because we're going to pay you $193,000, and how if it's not right, or?
So the request, that the payment that is proposed is for work that was already completed.
Mm-hmm.
The next piece of work we have not billed you for because we have not done yet. It does require modification of the plans.
So we're gonna owe you more money.
That's
My God.
the additional 28,000 that could come.
Well, no, that 28,000 is contracted work that was already performed. So yes, for us to continue work will be a small fee, and we don't have to proceed with any of that without authorization from this body, from our counterparts.
And you will apprise Ms. Alsop of that so that she can, if we have to have an emergency meeting or whatever, you could apprise us of that. So we know
Certainly, so I
exactly
can put
where-
all of that in my update. It may not, in full disclosure, come tomorrow morning at this point, because it sounds like it will be a more detailed update, and so it will share the amount that it would be to proceed with that scope of work as we understand it. My understanding is the comments are minor, and it's not a lot, and we don't anticipate another round, but you never 100% know when you're submitting to an agency. But I can share the timeline of when we could submit, how much that would be, and all of those details later this week via
That would help
email,
us
so
in
you
our
all can
recovery,
evaluate.
exactly bottom line, what we're expensing as we move forward. Thank you.
Of course.
As sooner than better, if possible, and as accurate as you can be. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else from the dais? Thank you, Ms. Roberts. I didn't mean to ask you to come up, but we've got to have the plan succinct. Thank you.
Thank you.
So everything that we're paying now is for the work they've already done, correct?
That is correct.
So the remaining balance is still for work they've already done. But for what they're gonna have to do,
There is.
we're going further in debt with them.
It will
And that's
incur
what I'm asking
additional
for
fees. It will
immediacy.
incur additional fees no matter who you had the work go through.
Whether it was Woodard and Kern or whether it's Kimley Horn backing their
But I'm still
modification.
confused.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
so,
we got a bill.
Sure, sure,
$293,000, $293 Okay,
89, 289.
was what we owed.
That's what we owe right now, sitting here today.
Well, so we're paying them 190,
3 and
193.
68,
and then the 68.
that's.
68 through water,
Should be 26,000.
Yeah.
That leaves that
Leaves
balance of
20-something.
28.
Around 26.
Well, why then were we told 289? Okay, I guess that is 289.
Yeah.
I apologize.
And then there's still a scope of service to complete the modification fees. There will be an addition that you'll give to her
Yes.
on top of the balance of 28,000.
Yes.
And we're certainly a lot closer than 293 30 days ago. Thank you.
So my question is, we can't just go on with what is current for the other part?
If you paid
Rather than going
280,
cheaper in debt with them?
if you paid $289,000 and cleared our debt today, with them, I would assume that that would mean that we have all of our files released and we could send that information over to Woodard and Curran. Our understanding from discussions with Woodard and Curran and Kinley Horn is that that is not the most efficient way to move forward, certainly not the fastest way to move
Would ask more
forward,
questions from
and
DEP.
creates an additional balance. Not an additional balance for you right now, but additional funds that you would need to come up with prior to the end of the month.
And Ms. Roberts, again, in summary, the takeaway from you is to be as succinct as you possibly can as far as billing and scope of services that remain, to prepare for the release of all the information so
Of
that we,
course.
so we can hit the deadlines on the project
Okay.
with the funding source, DEP. So, thank you.
So if we don't hit the deadline, it's gonna throw us a little further down the road anyway.
And another cycle. Yeah,
Another cycle, which,
it's 3
I
months.
don't know, I may be wrong in what I'm thinking, but, I would really like to get Kimberly Horn just out the way. Get what we need from them. You know, I mean, if we miss the deadline, it's not like it's over, right?
The deadline is very critical.
Okay,
For us to
okay.
get it done as soon as humanly possible for our funding and our construction deadlines for our grants.
Yeah.
But we're being told it might not happen.
Right.
Go into the next quarter.
My understanding is that if we don't make this cycle, but we make the next cycle, we're right on the edge, but we're okay.
I have another question, Mayor, not for Kimberly Horn. Yeah, when you talk to the bank.
Can you talk into the mic? I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
When you talk to the bank about the 193, could we add the 28 onto it and be done? And make it 289? No,
The interest only would
229?
kill us so
We
much.
can, that's not the intent of the loan, but yes, to answer that question, yes, we can.
What's the intent of the loan?
Wastewater.
Well, this is
Or
wastewater.
water.
What's the 28,000?
I believe was the gym, the cemetery, maybe the dog park. I'm trying to think what
Oh,
else is on
so
the
it's-
invoice.
okay.
It's non-wastewater and water
It's minor
projects
other scope of services that
just
we asked.
didn't get paid.
Thank you for our decisions on that. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Thank you for coming up on my request.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right. Agenda item 2, painting on private property and city property.
We need a vote,
Oh,
and I think public comment.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Any other public comment regarding this? We have a motion and a second. Yes, sir?
Gene Arnold, once again, I am astounded. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. You're telling me that we did all this, we went to the county, hey, we gotta go, we got a deadline, June 30th, we wanna hit our mark, we wanna be a good partner with Newberry, we gotta get this money, and Kimberly Horn comes up here and says, sure, we'll take that 193,000, maybe we'll meet the deadline, maybe we won't. We'll just, if not, we'll just do it in we'll kick the can down the road. I see, and I don't know, and I know Mrs. Attorney's not going to answer this, but I don't know, I know you guys deal with a lot of different municipalities. I'd be curious who Kimberly Horn works with. Do they work with High Springs? Do they work with McNopie? Because I don't know how you treat a municipality like this that is been knocked down, and you don't see a sense of urgency, and you don't come prepared to say, okay, you asked a great question, you followed it up with a great question to say, where are we right now? They kept billing and billing and billing and billing for 6 months, and they didn't finish. I don't know if they sent a letter and said, hey, we're gonna take a time out, we're gonna stop billing you all, and we're 75% done, we're 95% done. Because for them not to have finished, and now, I thought they were ready to go. I thought, here, it's $289, and you get your DEP. So I understand the concept of efficiency, but Commissioner, like you said, pay them and go on down the road. Bring in someone that cares about Archer, cares about deadlines. This is, I'm blown away that even if you're going to give them $193,000, they're saying it's not enough. We're still not going to give you the wastewater. Now, maybe I misunderstood, and I apologize if I did, but I wouldn't pay them anything. If they're not going to make their mark until September, October, whenever that quarterly is, what is the inducement to pay them $193,000 right now? I don't understand it. I would do a lot more time soul searching on what Woodard and Curran could do, bring them in, have a good, clean understanding of how this transition is going to take place, because I sure thought it was a rush. I thought it was at the end of May, and then it was the end of June. So, and now, again, I'm just kind of blown away that Kimley Horn would come up here and say, we're not done, we're going to need, I don't know, $4,000 to finish, and we might be done in September, October. We don't really know when we're going to be done. I'm speechless.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the payment on your line of credit to pay Kimley Horn of $193K, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Next item, painting on private property and city property.
So this is the item that you requested that we bring back to recap. At the last meeting, we were presented with the question of what are the restrictions in the city regarding painting on buildings, both public and private? And we had taken a look at the sign ordinance. Your sign ordinance is very broad. And we would like to make some changes to it, which we articulated at the last meeting, that we didn't really like the definition of sign, that it's very broad, that I'm not clear on what things wouldn't be a sign under your current definition. So the request was that we bring back a couple of samples of how other municipalities deal with murals specifically, and sort of how the overlap between signage and murals and paintings on buildings. So we provided you with 3 ordinances for your review, and to just let us know if there's something that you like about them, what you don't like about them, and then we can craft you an ordinance that looks the way that you want it to look.
I just want people to be able to do on their property what they want to do. Oh, it's, all of them look really intense to me, and that's not what I want. You got people that have private property, a woman with a fence, she wants to paint a mural. She doesn't want to put nude figurines, she doesn't want to put profanity, she just wants to put flowers and bees. And, then I asked about putting one on the, building at the park. It would be sport, about sports or whatever, yeah, sports thing, but, I mean, yeah. These just seem so intense to me.
Yeah, well, and the method would be through an ordinance review and update that would include this scope of what we've asked to look at, correct? I mean, that's the proper way to
Right.
put the control parameters around nude bodies, political images, signs, that kind of thing. And that's, our current ordinance is too broad. it doesn't include that. And so that's what would be the proper step to bring back to us for consideration.
Right now, basically, the way that your sign ordinance is written is that I think any mural would be a sign, technically, under your ordinance. And so if we wanted to have something that delineates, okay, signs, these restrictions, murals, a little bit different restrictions, and these are just some examples of, through trial and error, other cities have run into issues of potential profanity being written, potential nudity being provided on these murals, and so
Political.
you may want some restrictions on that in a way that doesn't sort of butt up against people's First Amendment rights, but we wanted to provide you with these sort of examples for things to look at. Certainly, the answer to your question is yes, it would require both a redo of your sign ordinance as well as a new ordinance that provides for murals specifically.
And we currently have a banner application on file. I don't think we've used it in years, but I remember when Maddox had their 100-year anniversary was the last time that I remember filling out a City of Archer banner application to put on the fence line. And there's a certain period of time that it can stay, and that was in 2005. But there was such a monster or something that was on file, so that would go in concert with an ordinance review, because it was per the banner ordinance we had on the application. I mean, it was called out the ordinance number on it when I filled it out, so. I just know because I was CFO of the company, then had to pay the,
So
whatever
if
it was.
we had an ordinance for murals that stated none of this,
It would be added to the banner application.
or the sign,
Yeah.
ordinance, whatever. But would it require permitting? Wouldn't the ordinance cover it? If somebody violated the ordinance, then I just don't see having to have a mural permitted and all that good stuff.
I'm not familiar with, so most of the cities that I'm aware of do have a permitting, sort of like you have permitting for signs usually, but not every municipality has permitting requirements. Some of them just have requirements of what you are and are not allowed to have on a sign or are not allowed to have on a mural, and then it's a code enforcement issue if it's not done properly. So you
That's
could
what I'm
choose
saying.
either path.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And that's what the permit application did, is if the banner got torn, ragged, in this case, if the mural was no longer, aesthetically pleasing or whatever, wherever it was, public or private spot, it could be applied through the permit application, that you could address it through the ordinance, not meeting compliance.
Did you check with High Springs?
High Springs' ordinance is provided in there, and they do require a permitting process. It's the last one that was provided.
Yep.
They do have a permit, they have quite an extensive permitting process.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the dais to have them bring back, have legal bring back a revised ordinance within their time frame, or do we want urgency to this, or?
Well, I'd like us to consider it anyway. I mean, work on it and move forward.
Okay.
Okay, and just so I have some guidance into how to create something
So
for you,
no
like that.
nudity, no profanity, no political.
Do you want it permitted, or do you just want it under signs? Okay, so you just want it under.
I want an ordinance so that codes can take care of it.
Okay.
Okay, the barest minimum murals ordinance that I can possibly come up with.
Then we need to sunset the permit application that's on file in history here at Archer.
In the event we have to change it, we can do it when you bring it back. Or if it's not working, then we say, hey, we need to look at this ordinance again. But
It's just helpful to have a sense of where you want me to go, so I
yeah,
don't
I
make
just
something
want a
that's.
bare one.
Okay.
So that it gives people the freedom to do on their property, but,
Bear it all.
with some, yeah.
Okay, so it'll likely be sort of inserted into your sign ordinance section, and then the definition of sign will be changed.
Okay.
Is the
include a
least
mural.
amount of work that I can possibly, least amount of changes I can possibly do on that.
I have faith in you.
Is that by consensus? Okay, with moving forward? Okay. Any comments from the citizenry? Yes, sir, Mr.
Yeah,
Lowe.
Bill, of all the things you have to worry about, this seems to be like a low priority.
Yes, sir.
And if it's going to cost an extra penny for the attorney to do that, you have other things like writing the questions for the charter that have to be done.
Yes.
So I don't know, to me, it seems to be much ado about nothing. I mean, is the sign ordinance I'm not going to do this, but would the sign ordinance stop me from painting Happy Anniversary United States Army 250 years on the side of my house? I'm not going to do it. But I don't think the sign ordinance would stop me from doing that. So, my thing is drop it and worry about something more important at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Karen Fiore, I totally agree. That's why I kind of mentioned earlier, I didn't understand why we were spending any kind of time on this at this point.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. By consensus, we have an action item just to bring back to us at your, yes, ma'am. Sorry, Reverend
Okay.
Pisco.
Reverend Pisco, First United Methodist Church pastor. I think that the reason it was brought up, quite frankly, was because a gift was being offered
Yes, ma'am.
to the city to bring beauty and to bring joy. It wasn't meant to cause a bunch of
Consternation.
crisis and extra money and extra time. The individuals who are offering this gift do not mean to take either of those away from the important work that we understand the commissioners and the city has before it. And we certainly
Yes,
didn't mean for it to be complicated. It really was truly a gift
An off, a courtesy.
to bring
Yes,
some
ma'am.
beauty and joy.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Kirsten, is this part of the monthly fee we pay, the,
It is, I will say, Danielle and I are
I know,
Overwhelmed.
strapped.
I know.
So we're doing what we
I'm
can.
not
I can't
asking you to
promise
do
this
it
is coming back
tomorrow.
next month
That's what
or
I
even
said.
the month after.
I'm not asking you to do it tomorrow. I'm asking you,
Do not let this come in front of surplus property, please.
And there
Actions on
are a
surplus.
lot of items
That's-
on the list. I will put this on
That's a
it.
revenue enhancement opportunity. Thank you. So, all right, thank you very much. If you just bring that back at your timeline, appreciate that. All right, next is advisory board follow-up discussion. This was, I guess, I don't know where you all went. I'm sorry, my exit and activity with Newberry Commission meeting. I don't know how much you discussed at the last meeting regarding any of this. I know a list was provided. I don't know, Ms. Altop, if you have responded to this information or it's just strictly,
I have not, but in my report, I put the actual stuff that staff would like help with.
Okay.
Just FYI.
okay. Just something that I have done, and I have 2 packets and I can share it. I just ran out of paper at home or whatever, but I've done some research on, whatever, our sister municipalities, Gainesville, Florida, and Newberry, and how they utilize advisory boards or community volunteer action boards, and how in their development they have a fact sheet that is something the committee's done. I've made a copy of that. I'll pass it around. You all can put it in each other's pocket. Tremendous amount of information. Gainesville has over 19 citizen advisory boards with multiple committees in those boards. Newberry, I understand, has over 4 boards with multiple committees inside that board. They are not an authority. They do nothing but recommend. As we get citizenry recommendation and receive it at every meeting, but these boards have certain accountabilities and things that are set by the commission bodies, the county, the cities.
Committee or board?
Boards, citizen advisory boards with multiple committees underneath those boards. If it's for example, here we have 12 citizens or whatever. Out of those 12 volunteer citizens, if that's what we start with, there could be multiple committees out of those 12 people that they will select the action items that we want them, and Ms. Altop, what you're talking about, action items that you would want assistance with. For whatever it's worth, I'll give you what I have. It's the first step from what I understand, and again, I got this from just legal brief at 30,000 feet. We would need to set a resolution to even consider a board by resolution. And then we would have to look at the applicants, the volunteer applicants. And then we'd have to set those financial board committees' action items, as Ms. Althoff is talking about, that we'd like them to actually review. All due respect to citizenry and what they want to do, the point is it comes from us and the action assistance that we want. So you take one and pass it around. If you refuse it and give it back to me, it's fine.
Mr. Mayor, they made it clear that they wasn't asking for a board. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. They made it clear that they wasn't trying to form a board. They wanted a committee.
I think by resolution, it needs to be a board for liability, for minute keeping. A committee would have to keep minutes the same way.
If I just want to chime in here.
Yes, chime in.
I think we're putting a lot of emphasis on board versus committee, and they do not have a legal difference. The important piece is if they are making recommendations to this commission, they are subject to the Sunshine Law. That just is
Period.
reality.
Yeah.
So they will need minutes, they will need open public meetings, it will need to be advertised just in the same way that we do with any other meeting. So I know that was a concern that you all had, and I just want to make it clear whether we're talking about a board or a committee, if this commission delegates individuals with the authority to make recommendations, I provided you with an attorney general opinion in your packet so that you could read that, but essentially the takeaway is if they make recommendations, they are subject to the Sunshine Law.
The last example we had was the sewer committee or the charter review committee. It all comes as recommendations. The sewer committee, when you all would meet, there had to be a secretary, minute taker, a chair, a vice chair, and sorry, I'm looking at you, Bob, but I remember when it was very active, they brought back lots of recommendations and action items and questions, but it was all recommendation based from that sewer committee, but they were very, very valuable and helpful when we had them.
Question, Kirsten. We had a citizen come up here at the last meeting and resign his position on the planning and zoning board
That was my last thing.
because he had to file a financial. Do they?
I have not looked into that question. I believe that they would probably have to file a Form 1.
Form 1. They wouldn't do the Form 6 like we have to by July 1st, by the way, but.
Don't quote me on that, but my initial answer would be yes.
So again, and I have extra copies for citizenry, but this was just an outline of, not necessarily in the order, but number one pretty much is the order of this. Dina, did you get one? Okay, I'm sorry, I just have multiple copies. But it's just a template to just consider, but the first step is resolution creation to even move this any further.
My question is, do we have a say who's gonna be on the board?
I think we would be the ones.
We
to choose.
actually look at the applicants and select from the applicant list.
If y'all thought my mural was gonna be costly,
Correct,
think
because that's what I'm
this is gonna
thinking.
cost. No, I'm gonna finish, Not only for finances, but for Deanna.
Correct.
I mean, this is gonna put an overload on her.
Commissioner White, this isn't about Deanna. This is about the recovery of this municipality and the very
well,
valuable
I'm going on
vetted
that.
citizens that we have coming up here multiple times asking to assist us.
Are you done?
And no one is listening.
Okay, so I do agree with Commissioner White. I think that, looking at these, I think that they are good committees or boards to have. However, we did have a discussion about how much this is going to impact the city and how much it's going to impact the staff. So looking at it, it looks like very good committees to consider, but I don't know if we're ready to do that right now.
We've already
Just
done it with
because-
the Charter Review Committee.
I don't know if we're ready to add more right now, since I need to say it that way. I think these are very good boards. Again, I just don't think that right now we're in the position.
I don't think
To
you
move
understand
forward.
this outline. There's one board
I understand.
of 12 people. There are subcommittees under that board of those
I understand clearly what I'm saying, and even if it's subcommittees, Mayor, we are not in the position right now to move forward. I do agree that these are very good committees. I'm looking at it. They are very good, but I don't think that we're ready to move forward with this yet. Thank you.
Anyone else have comments about this opportunity?
I will say, that, and I just want to make clear, in no way do we mean, as the city attorney's office, to indicate to you that there's anything wrong with your citizens forming a group, coming here and making recommendations to you all on this. All that I'm advising you on is your power to delegate that and what that would mean and what the requirements would be if you delegate that. Now, obviously, if all of the people on this list wanted to form all these committees and boards and then they came to you and
Correct.
and they made the recommendations to you, that is 100% within their power, as long as you're not delegating them the authority to do that.
And we're not. It's all recommendations back to us, so it ends at the dais. It starts at the dais and it ends at the dais.
What
But
I
that's
mean
her
is
point.
creating the board. You
That's
can't
what-
create the board.
Exactly, that's what she's saying, we don't have anything to do with it. If they do it, they can do it, and they can come and give us recommendations, and we can accept or deny those recommendations, and I like that idea.
And the purpose in this was to have some order, so it's not a Chinese fire drill with fireworks, not even in boxes to display, but just thrown all over the floor. And if you were ever a child, when you were handed fireworks, you usually, one, had an adult, which is an order to it. Two, you had instructions in a box, whether the adult did it or not.
Nope.
No, it's discussion. I'm gonna pass the ballot if I can't get a motion and do the motion, and it can die, as it's done multiple times with me, trying to move this community forward. But how many more times, and I not implore, but I inquire of you all as my constituents up here on the dais, are we going to refuse the assistance that's being offered to us? We're not talking about citizens that are not highly qualified, highly intelligent, highly capable, and one of which this evening I'll even move further than just being a volunteer and doing what that person's doing. But how many more times are we going to do this? Are we fearful? Are we fearful, or we're trying to protect our staff at a point that we get the email we got from our interim city manager this morning in a plea of fright and fear, and I mean that with total respect to you, Ms. Altop, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And it doesn't mean that she's going to be burdened with all this. It means that they're going to come in and be able to assist and get information to come back with recommendations to us. And I applaud them.
So what is the problem with them forming their committee and coming to us and us not being the delegators of it? What is the problem with that? Because we are not refusing them. We just don't, as our attorney has
Okay,
just
can I
said,
answer
if
that?
we don't, hold on, if we don't delegate it, then they are welcome to come up and give any recommendations they have. And we can accept them or deny them. If we delegate it, then we have an obligation to have the city working on their, whatever it is that they need as that board. So, yes, you can answer that. They are welcome to form a group. She's already said it.
As I said, I am trying to avoid, all due respect to a cultural anomaly and saying a Chinese fire drill. I don't want 12 members coming individually as a board because they've selected 16 items they want to look at one time. I'm giving them the autonomy with the subcommittees as a recommendation of things that have already been brought forward to us, but in order to it so that there's a semblance of process here. So it's not a Chinese fire drill. So it's not an overwhelming thing for Deanna. She's got 2 committee members coming this way, that way. They're intelligent individuals. I think they will understand that. But it's the outline of our ability to say these are the important things that we need looked at as advisory committees. they can choose from this. But I think if any of the citizens want to look at this, I'll bet you thank you, ma'am, for anybody with any interest. I mean, it was done at 3 o'clock in the morning with a lot of homework, just, for whatever that's worth for me. But I think it's the things that have been discussed over the past 5 months, probably in November and December, Madam Vice Mayor, when you were still the mayor. And it's not in the order of importance, but I think it's clearly the way subcommittees could work within that board, to be reporting to each other before they even give recommendations to us, if they choose to do that. The sewer committee had that. They had people that looked at who was going to be incorporated in it, if it was a phase, what would that phase be? They worked as subcommittees on things in the sewer committee when I attended those meetings. It was the process in which they acted. And some of those recommendations came from the dais up here. And no, are we ready for all of this at one hitting? Is Deanna ready to have all this hit at once? And I see that look. I'm a nonverbal. I know. No, there's a fear in this. But how long are we going to act with fear instead of receiving the value that's being offered to us in a very small community with a lot of citizenry that wants to help? They're not all our advocates. But they're not all our adversaries either.
Well, I'm not speaking out of fear, because if I was,
what I wanna know.
hold on.
What I wanna know what we
Hold on,
supposed to
Miss
be
Tangi, hold on 1 minute. I'm not speaking out of fear.
Yeah.
Because if I was speaking out of fear, I would probably say that we don't need any of these. As I said, looking at the list, it is a very nice list. I've also said what is wrong with the citizens forming the board if it's just that easy. So I don't have a problem with the citizens being citizens and forming a board and coming to us as they do. I don't think that it will be a Chinese fire drill, because they come to us very civilly at this podium, every meeting. They come with recommendations, whether they are coming by themselves or whether they come as a group. So if they formed a group, I think, like you said, they're intelligent enough to know what to bring to us and how many items to bring to us. I don't think that we gotta tell them, oh, we only need 5 items or we need 3 items. I don't think that we have to be the ones to manage them. I'll put it that way.
This is not
So
a mandate,
it has nothing to do
Vice Mayor.
with being afraid. Thank you.
It was not a mandate. This is just a tool in a toolbox for reference.
Mr. Mayor, we need a motion if we're gonna.
I just want I want to ask you a question, because I didn't like what you said about, are they fearful? Are who fearful? What do we have to fear?
I said we. I'm talking about me and
You
our
said,
constituents.
are they fearful? Is about protecting the employees? So as an employee,
Do not be
I want to
defensive
know
about-
exactly what you meant by that, because I am sick and tired of being accused of stuff that we had no part in. I am sick and tired of working like a dog to straighten up somebody else's mess and still being treated like crap. I am sick and tired of that. So what did you mean by us being fearful? That's what I want to
was a
know.
collective statement.
Because we done had it all
Everyone in
on
this-
Facebook about that we scared to let people come. Let me tell you, we're not scared to let people come. Yes, we like to accept people help, but some help is not help. When you have been attacked and accused all the time, that makes you feel like the people that buy people, and then the same people that attack and accuse you say they want to help you? No, because now I'm thinking they ain't trying to help us. They just trying to dig and find more dirt so they can pile more crap up on you. I'm sick and tired of it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
We need a motion if we're gonna move forward, and,
We're in discussion. We're not anywhere prepared for a motion, Vice Mayor.
We're gonna make a motion, now's the time. If you're not, let's move on.
No, any other
I have-
discussion?
Make a motion, then
I
let's move on.
have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
In your discussion,
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
like, if we do it, what's the difference? How will a workshop work with some of the recommendations or in these groups that some of the citizens can get together. How would a workshop do compared to just them having the organizations or the group, however?
Is your question,
How can we do it as a workshop instead of just bringing it to the commission to vote on,
The
or?
commission would have to participate in those workshops. And that's more work for the commission as well as staff. This is a subcommittee advisory board that would act upon their cycle and their timeline with their meetings. In the information that I've looked up, they meet sometimes bi-monthly, every 2 months. They meet, if they have a task before them that a subcommittee is working on, they may meet multiple times in a 2-month period. But the average is 6 to 12 meetings a month between the city of Gainesville and just researching what they do with their advisory boards. Newberry likewise. That's why in this it just said, you know, we're looking at 12 members. They said most of them are about 12 members, Gainesville and Newberry. It's just interesting, we've got 12 volunteers here. There's no coincidence in that. There's terms on how long they serve on that committee.
Not if they do their own committee.
Ma'am?
Not if they do their own committee, they can
They may
decide
meet-
that themselves.
The sewer committee was like that. The sewer committee might not meet for a month or two, and then there would be an action item, and they would meet multiple times. Am I not correct on when the sewer committee was active? I'm looking at you, Bob, but I mean, I remember them meeting more than once every 2 months or 3 months. I do ask for civility in this audience. If you want something to say, stand up to the podium, ma'am, and say it, rather than.
watch how you talk to me too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah,
I do respect everyone, and I expect civility, please.
So, citizens, I don't know, I have a question for the citizens that may want to be on the boards or the committees. Do any of you oppose to you forming the group? Or, I mean, is it a must that this board makes that? Anybody?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Fewler.
So, I think, and I don't mean to speak for everyone, but your citizens have been coming to you constantly asking for some changes, and they're not being done. And when, in your backup, the manager stated what she does need help with. So, let me tell you what those are. She would like some help with cleaning sidewalks, cleaning playground equipment, cleaning Archer Community Center. I kind of feel like that's a slap in the face. Nowhere in here was it, help me with planning, help me with budget, help us with accounting, when you've had citizens stand up here and constantly offer their services. So I don't think it's because we don't want to, or that we have to be so stringent on having a committee or a board or anything like that. We're not being heard either.
Okay, so my question is, are you guys opposed to forming a committee on your own? And then
Mr.
someone
Wodowski,
coming
would you like to
to
answer?
us and letting us know that this is the board, and these are the people, and this is what we're gonna do?
Bill Lewandowski, citizen.
Yes, sir.
So, and I'm going to speak from my experience having recently finished the Charter Commission. So a couple of things. One, I believe, and I'll defer to the attorney, if it's an advisory board, a Form 1 is not required. That's my understanding of it. And I had looked into this when we did, because we didn't do that for that committee.
I did just take a look, and I do think that's right, now that
Okay.
as I'm like reviewing the statute.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, and I know that's really irksome, so I get that. The other thing is that if you appoint a board, you set the parameters for the board. And I think that's really important, because, you know, I can come up here and say, I think you, like I say, almost every meeting, you need to have a percentage of, okay. So, if you appoint, you set the target, you set the vision, you set the mission, you set the parameters. I also I think there is a way to kind of minimize expense. For example, you don't have to have the city appoint the minute person taking minutes. You know, all that, or making copies, that can be part of it. You can say, look, I want you to do a infrastructure committee with the sewer. And that committee has to take care of all its own paperwork, has to take care of all of the old copies. And Deanna has to say, I need to have X copies, or I need to have certain things for our files. And so you have the power under the charter to establish that kind of committee. So you can say, hey, if you want to be part of this committee, all these expenses fall back on the committee. I mean, you can do that. But the really important thing on you appointing the committee is you are saying, this is important enough that if you come back to us, we're going to listen. And I think that's really critical, because otherwise it's a shotgun blast. So I think that's where the order comes in, and I think there's a way to handle this so that it's, because we all know, the city has an issue financially, we get that. So I think everybody here who's willing to do this is willing to pick up the penny on a lot of this stuff. You just have to ask us. Tell us what you think is really important. Establish a mission, not asking you to do it tonight, but think about these things. And then come back and say, these are the committees we think are really, really important. Get the mission, and then you have the power to make the appointment and to set the parameters. Thank you.
Thank you for answering the
ma'am.
question.
Reverend Pisco?
Reverend Pisco, First Archer United Methodist. For the last couple of months, I've stood here and I've talked about how do we move away from us, them, and get together. And honestly and truly, it feels to me that by having it come as an assigned, and I'm not on the 12, I'm not on that list. I'll pray for you.
You're not one of the 12 disciples.
I'm not one of the 12. But here's the thing. For me, it feels like it's a communication piece. It's going to get the parties working in the same direction instead of in opposite directions.
With
because
synergy.
the committee could come, if not appointed by the commission, and kind of have their own set of agenda and ideas and priorities. And the commission has theirs. And really what we need, I think, is getting on the same page and moving the train in the same direction. And I'm simply echoing what Bill just said, that this really affords the opportunity legally to get everyone around the table moving in the same direction with accountability, not in a negative way, but in a way that, like, here's the goal, the priorities, let's start hitting them instead of just combating against them.
Yes, ma'am.
I think setting the priorities, which I talked about last month, was, what are the priorities? Because if the priorities are different from the citizenry and the commission each and every time, it's going to feel like a vicious cycle. So I really feel like this could be an opportunity, not because nobody doesn't trust anybody else or whatever, it's just an opportunity to get around the table and start working together towards shared priorities and goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you also.
Anyone else?
I just wanted to comment. If we do this with the city advisory boards, if we do that, or if we go along with it, I think that the citizens need to understand their boundaries. And because we don't need someone that's I get lost for lack of word many times. We don't need anybody hovering over anybody. We don't need anybody putting pressure on anybody. What if we did agree to this? There is the report right to us, not to Deanna, not to Public Works, not to, because they don't need that right now. They have a lot on their plate. Deanna was handed
Something.
a lot of whatever that she didn't create. And so we the citizens have to understand is that we don't need anybody looking over her shoulders, being overbearing, telling her what to do. That still is our job. So I think that's where we will really, if we go along with this, create some boundaries. Different people, different personalities. You deal with that already. You don't need a lot more of that kind of stuff. And I think that sometimes everybody just don't know how to talk to each other. But coming back to the communication, what you have to offer it may be very, very good, but it's your delivery, and that makes a big difference. But I don't think about it. I think the citizen will really have to understand you're not there to tell Deanna what to do. You're not there to tell Calvin what to do or whoever what to do. Their job would be to come back and report to us and let us make decisions, or if we want to accept whatever their recommendations are. And I think that's what it is, but I'm so afraid that this board, I don't want to accuse, but I'm so afraid that this board wants to kind of, because everybody said, "But we know how to do this, we know how to do that," and we don't want our staff
Commissioner
under
Green,
pressure like that.
by resolution, that would solve that problem because it would outline, based on what I saw in reference to Gainesville's resolution and Newberry's resolution, it gives the order that you're speaking of. And the recommendation would flow to us as opposed to giving direction and causing distemperament between staff and people getting into their workflow and those kind of things.
Right, but I'm
Resolution, that would.
Right, but I'm so afraid that it's going to make some people feel like it's not fear. False evidence appearing real. It's not fear.
It's defense.
I don't want like a board to feel like they got a little bit of authority now. And, I mean, that's my point. It will really, really have to be outlined very well and with the perimeters, the boundaries, and so forth. And I'm not sure everybody on that list could abide by that.
Madam Attorney, would that by resolution be outlined appropriately?
You want to, Skinner wanted to say something.
I just want that question answered by resolution.
Go ahead.
So yes, you can make the parameters of the boards whatever you want. Two things I want to mention because I think we've been talking about them a little bit. If we create one committee or one board committee, I'm using them interchangeably because there really is no legal difference between the terms, then we can't have some of them meeting without the others. So if we want to have a committee on finance and a committee on cleanup and a committee on whatever it is, then we would need to make multiple, because otherwise we'd have a sunshine law violation if we have 12 members and 2 of them are meeting on finance and 2 of them are meeting on. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, so they can have different sections of their discussion. If you want to have one 12-member board committee, and then they have the first part of their meeting is finance, the second part of their meeting is X, Y, and Z, but everyone's going to have to be there the entire time because that's part of the sunshine law. And then the other thing that I want to talk about and just make clear is that it doesn't give special access to otherwise not public record.
Proprietary information.
Okay. Or like any other, it would just be same request that you all make to Deanna for records, same request that citizens make to Deanna for records. I mean, it's the same process.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Skinner.
Brenda Skinner, resident. I've been a little bit confused listening to this conversation because I thought that list of 12 people were volunteers. That's what I understood from what I saw on Facebook. Who wants to volunteer to come help? Well, I've been away for 3 weeks, so I didn't volunteer yet, but I planned on coming in and volunteer. And I had told Deanna even before I left, when I get back, I want to talk to you about volunteering. I know how to answer a phone. So if I'm answering a phone, Tangi can be doing something else that's maybe more important than just answering a phone. Or I know how to file if you need something filed. There's a lot of things that I know how to do that frees up somebody else to do something that's a little more important. And it's something that's not necessarily something that somebody else can't do either. So I thought, okay, I'll go down and I'll volunteer for a little while after I get back. You've got somebody else who's volunteering. Karen, she's volunteering to come and do something. We're not necessarily raising our hands and say, put us on a committee. We're saying, we'll come in and we'll help. We just want to come help. That's what a volunteer is. And there are those of us out here who want to volunteer. Maybe 1 hour a week, maybe 3 hours a week, maybe more. Maybe we'll do it here, maybe we can do it outside of the building. I'm not sure. But that's the difference between a volunteer and somebody who's saying, put me on a committee. And that, I think, is some of the confusion that's going on here. Do I think an advisory board might be good? Yeah, but I see an advisory board as being something that might be good down the road. Because right now, we need all hands on deck to help them get the things done that need to be done right now, not next year.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I come in on that? And thank you, Ms. Skinner. Can I come in on that? But any place that you go to volunteer, if I want to go to North Florida Hospital, Shands Hospital, they're only going to use me where they want to use me, where they need my help. I just can't go and say, well, I want to volunteer in this department. If they don't need me in that department, they're not going to let me come in there and work where I want to work. They're going to put me where, and I just say, well, I just want to volunteer. I just want to be a help. They're going to put me where they need me. And I think that's something that we're overlooking. So, for instance, I know where it's going. So you might say, I want to go and help Deanna. That's up to Deanna if she wants to accept that. We don't force her to accept that. Somebody say, I want to go and help Calvin. But that's it. If we're saying we're volunteering, then we have to, whatever institution it is, wherever it is, we have to go where they want us to do where they need help and where they want the help. So that's the thing with volunteering. We can't force help on anybody. So
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Lopez.
First of all, Roberto Lopez. I think I started a lot of this, but my intention was, because of the circumstances that we're under and in, was just to help Deanna, just to come in and offer our services. This is blown up to be a big balloon that I can't even understand. I'm telling you, it is so disturbing, because we've always had committees, always. And I brought this picture here tonight because I want you all to look at this. This was not a board. This was the Archer Community Center Restoration Committee. That's what we called ourselves. We met, I have a picture on here showing us in this office right here having a meeting. The only people who directed us was our manager. We had Mr. Dryman and the gentleman Glanzer up in Newberry. We didn't have anybody directing us other than those two people. Now, what I had offered initially and said to you, and I think I sent the papers out again, and evidently some people are not reading them, but anyway, I sent the papers out again showing the difference between a committee and a board. There is a difference. And all we need to do, and it was said in here, all we needed to do was make sure that we take our minutes, come back, and because you had to have it for public records, and also just really, and my suggestion would be this to you, Deanna, that all those people that are on that list, I would suggest that you meet with every one of them, feel them out, have a coffee, and say, look, we need help. So what can you do to help us? What is your background? What would you like to do? Then from those people that are there, then you can say, well, you know, they have some good points. I don't think anybody on that list wanted to come in here and take your jobs. I wouldn't have your job. You couldn't pay me $1 million to sit there again. Now that is no lie. And Deanna, you know, I admire what you do, but I think you just need to really look at all these people who've signed up. It will not be good, and I'm telling all of you, if you turn these people away. And I agree with Ms. Skinner, that was not our intention. We were just gonna have a committee and move forward. And they could meet. You could come to the meeting. You can say, well, here I am, I'm Deanna, you know. I have a lot of things on my list. Let me help you. You know, I may need help here. I even suggested like that little barn out there. You know, that barn out there, we don't even know what's in it. Those are supposed to be public records. Do you know it's against the law not to have that correct? So maybe somebody on the committee could even go there. Nobody wants to tell you how to do your job. I wouldn't have your job.
Okay.
Don't want it.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you.
Well, I got news for you. I sent a lot of emails because, let me tell you something. One thing you cannot do up here is cry victim when the problem was created right here. You cannot do that. You cannot. And you know that it started here. But the people here are willing to overlook all of these things that's been done, and you guys not listening to me and Laura and everybody else trying to tell you how to keep this city moving forward. Do you know how frustrated we are?
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Anyone else?
May I respond to that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
But when you guys keep putting stuff on Facebook, going to the news, how do you think that makes me and staff feel? Is what I would like to know. Do you know what it's like to be here 10 years yesterday and all the work all of us have put in? It took 6 years to get where we're at. We're 8 months in, but all of a sudden, I'm supposed to have it fixed just like that. It's very defeating to sit up here and be hateful, spoken to like with hate, when all I've done is do everything for you guys. The help I need is on the sheet. If you don't want to do that, then I guess we're out of help, so go ahead and call the news again, because I'm pretty much done with all.
So you want to know something? If you notice,
Being talked to like I'm a piece of shit, like I don't know what I'm
my
doing.
broadcast was only to say that the city needed help. That's all I said. Well, whatever it said,
Ms. Lopez.
whatever it said, how do you think it
Point of
made the
order, Ms.
people out here
Lopez.
feel?
We're not in argumentation here. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Alicia Altop and I'm a resident. I just have a question. If you say you don't want their job, then why do you act like you do?
I got news for you.
I got news for you. I got a question, and you too.
Ms. Altop,
In
Ms.
what
Altop,
city? Let me finish.
Please,
I have a
speak
question.
to us, please, so that we can
But
listen.
it's also for the citizens. I am 27 years old, and where in the world do you hear where citizens come into a city and try to help and run it? Why do we need more help? And you've been here for how long? And we need someone experienced for a manager job? My mom was thrown into the fire. She's kept this freaking city up. Where have you been? What have you done? How long have you been on this
Ms.
committee?
Altop,
And you have not been
this
able
is
to
not a-
hire anybody who's been able to care for it.
This is not a frigging city.
So what do you have to say? You can't, you
This is
don't,
not a
you,
frigging city, for number one.
it's not a what?
A frigging city,
It's
quote
about to
unquote.
not be a city if the citizens
Yes, ma'am.
don't have a clean slate. It's not this that needs a clean slate. It's the citizens that are the problem. My mom's worked
ma'am.
here for how long? And what's the problem? The city manager and the citizens.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So what are you gonna do to help that? We need money. How are the citizens cleaning the
It's on our
sidewalk
agenda this
going to get
evening.
money?
It's on the agenda, ma'am, this evening
Yeah?
for revenue sources.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Altop. Anyone else?
Again, I'm just gonna stress again, because again, things are directed at Deanna. Again, if we did go along with this advisory board, that needs to come right to us.
Yes, ma'am. All the recommendations come to us.
We don't
Yes,
need
ma'am.
any more pressure, and it's not about fear again. We don't need the stress on our employees, especially our city manager. We know that she was handed a lot of stuff that she didn't create. Now, for those of you that may not have any compassion, that's on you. I think if she was your daughter sitting up here, you would, or your sister or your brother, you would think differently about that. But I just think, because it keeps saying, Deanna, just tell us where she need help. Let Deanna tell us, and then let us tell you. And I think that would be better. We don't want anybody, again, hovering over her, telling her asking her. She's doing a tremendous job, and I think that she's doing the best job that she actually can, and so we don't want that. So again, if it's not going to be a board or a committee that wants to report to us, I'd say forget it.
That's the purpose in this. My resolution for that board to come to us with recommendations, ma'am. Only recommendations.
Yes. If I
Not
get down to
orders.
speak as a citizen, can I speak for 3 minutes and not be
Yes, go
interrupted?
ahead, go ahead, Commissioner White.
Number one, for order in the meeting, do we have the meeting be recorded, or do we have argumentation?
You
back there?
should be able to,
Being recorded.
you should be
because
able
she
to
does her
speak for
job.
3 minutes.
I'm just, she's
Does
not
her job.
present, and I just want to make sure
She is
the meeting's
doing her
being
job.
recorded. Thank you. No one's
been
question,
excused.
no one's questioned that. You want 3 minutes, Commissioner White?
I do want 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
I want uninterrupted. 3 minutes. You have seen twice tonight examples of why we don't need a citizen advisory board. Because the one that is heading it is also on Facebook criticizing everything that our employees do. Every single thing that they do. And then that's gonna be conducive to them saying, oh yeah, come on, welcome in. It's not that she doesn't ask for
I thought
help.
our Facebook page,
I said I want it uninterrupted.
Yes.
It's not that she doesn't ask for help, she has asked for help. She asked a lady sitting right there because our system went down and I had to go to her and ask her, but she did ask her for help. So I know she asked for help. She gets people that knows what they're doing to help her. If she needs help, she'll call Dallas, she'll call Amanda, she'll call whomever. The guys don't get any help, they get criticized. Every one of our employees are ready to walk out. Y'all don't know that.
I know it.
Every
I've
one of
heard
our
from it.
employees are ready to walk out.
I heard
When she
from
walks out, they're gonna follow her.
Correct.
Then who's gonna run the city?
Nobody. Ain't gonna be one.
Either one of you? I'm sure you can. I know you can.
Well, yes, I can.
I know you can. I'm gonna see you get on the lawnmower and mow this lawn. No.
continue.
They do not need any more criticism or somebody watching over their back to see what they can criticize them for. So no,
And go on
make
to
your motion
Facebook.
if you want to.
Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay. Any other discussion regarding this matter before we go to motion? Yes, sir, Mr. Arnold?
Okay, Gene Arnold. Our business has been in this town for about 15 years now. And for whatever reason, we've seen a lot of city managers come and go. I don't know why. I don't know if residents run them off. I don't know if they get burned out, if they retire. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a fact. It's a fact that in the last 15 years, since we've been here, there's probably been maybe 8, and I could have that number wrong. But is Deanna doing a great job? Probably not. Is she doing a pretty good job? I think she is. Is she trying? Yeah. Is she getting better? Yeah. Do I do a great job in my business? Could I do better? Yeah, I think we all can do better. That's the point. It's not to criticize Deanna and say she's not doing a great job. It is in everyone you can look and say, was I perfect today? Probably not. You strive for perfection with the hope of coming close. I guess that's my point. It's not to criticize Deanna, but it is to say, if people continue to poke and prod and run Deanna off, what's behind door number 2?
Correct.
That is the reality, that if you want to keep pushing, and some people do, what are you going to do if everyone leaves? I don't know. You know, I don't know a lot of answers if the city goes bankrupt. But I know that the first battle is, do you come to work every day? She does. Does she try?
Yes.
Does she care? Yes. Is it getting better? I think we're making progress. We're reconciling bank statements. We're We're getting a little bit better. Is it going to get better when Dallas comes back? I believe it will. So, I don't know. I felt like I rambled this go round, and
You did well.
I know that there's better days ahead for the city, okay? And it's just a matter of people trying to stay the course, and I understand being helpful, but when you come up here, try not to be so darn, I don't know if the word's angry, but, and people got passion, I get that. But I know that I can tell if I was sitting in Deanna's seat, every meeting, people come up here and just beat up on her. And I don't know how she keeps coming back. And for a long time, the commissioners, and I've been critical of the commissioners, but it's the passion that people do want to see Archer get better.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Rossi. I have worked at the city level, I've worked at the county level, and things don't get broken overnight.
Correct.
And they don't get fixed overnight.
Correct.
Okay, it takes time and it takes patience. Okay, and yes, city managers come and go. I have seen it other places. A lot of times, there's city managers that come in and they just do cleanup and they leave and they move on to the next. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Correct.
but she's getting it done.
Yep.
Okay, may not be at the level everybody expects or at the time frame everybody expects, but did everybody expect to be in the situation the city's in?
Nope.
No. So I just think that attacking each other, which is what is happening, is not the avenue anyone needs to be going down. It's not gonna solve anything, and it's not gonna make it get better faster, because it's process. It's process. That's all I've got.
Thank you. You did well, too.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski?
So I don't want the emotion and the, and things about Deanna in particular, I want to separate that from the long-term planning issues, because there's two different things. So Deanna has two major duties right now, gross. She's a city clerk, and she's a city manager. And the city manager has a couple of different hats under that. It's supposed to be the city planner, economic development. There's a whole laundry list of things that position has to do. And it was actually almost too much when you had a full-time city manager and a full-time city clerk. So, there's differences here. So, I understand the issues on criticisms, I get that. Although that does come with the territory, it's a government. And it comes with the territory, yeah, right. But we need to separate these things out. You have some long-term issues. We have long-term planning issues that have to be addressed. That's something that you can't do meeting once a month, and there's certainly things that Deanna can't do when she's trying to do everything else at the same time, nor should she. Economic development, another thing. So there's some of these long-term issue things that we can separate out, and that's what a committee really is best for.
Do that homework.
And do that homework and bring it forward. So let's put the emotional, and I'm just as bad as everybody else. Okay, I get emotional too. It's hard to believe, but it's true. Okay, but we need to separate these things out, and you guys go home and think about this, and hopefully at the next meeting come back and say, these are really the committees that we have to have. I think sewer and economic development and land use planning are the three things I would point out to right now and say these are really important. They're not really being addressed in any kind of meaningful way other than you're going for the sewer grant. And we need to do that. So just think about this. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Mr. Lewandowski, if I can just speak, this last item on this summary list I have is something that in my report, visiting Newberry and their commission, do you know there was a plea for them to act and review on their LDRs? Newberry has had exponential growth. There were two commissioners at that meeting saying we've got to look at our LDRs. That alone would be a board committee that could exponentially do homework to present stuff to us, recommendations to us, that would take it off of any consideration for Deanna to even have to worry about until we gave you or that position the direction to move forward with. But the homework would be done by the volunteerism of citizens. And I'm just picking LDRs, but you brought up economic development or whatever. I mean, the wastewater concerns that Mr. Tufani brought back 3 or 4 months ago on what are the emergency plans for breaching at a lift station. Commissioner Green, you have spoke multiple times, just me listening about what about Holly Hills and those lifts. I mean, you have a concern in your heart or for your people. What's with this lift station? That alone could be something an advisory board could just take in their hands and do the research and the homework and bring recommendations to us that would possibly, if it was lift stations and emergency breaches, I'm not detailed in that. I would be like me working for Arnold Construction. I can't work that equipment over there.
So split these two issues off. One is these advisory boards and the other one's volunteers. It's the city manager's job, with your permission, to be able to accept volunteers.
If it's to clean sidewalks or it's to help with food,
whatever it is.
that's always available.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, let her deal with that. You might want to set up some parameters for that, maybe there's a limit of liability or something, whatever it might be. Let her deal with that, and then you guys take as the senior executives of this city, and take a look at that vision of where we need to be and what boards are the enabling tools to get us there.
But to my constituents, as in summary of what my intent was to even bring this on for discussion this evening and possibly take an action, was to utilize the level of intelligence, the vetted interest that this group of citizens that keep coming meeting after meeting to ask. I'm not going to judge. That's for Deanna, as you've done well at Deanna, when you say, I'm not answering that. I mean, when I've had one-on-ones, just, are you okay or whatever, you're quick to tell me, I'm not answering that. That is within your parameters, not when you just check with legal, but yes, you don't have to answer those things. If it's a public record request, we know the parameters for that. This ability to just formalize with a little bit of order, sorry for the acronym of the Chinese fire drill, to have it all over the board all the time. The one thing that I would be highly interested in an advisory board is to reconvene the sewer committee with all of the issues unanswered that and again, I'm not pleading with you, Ms. Altop, but I am, that I know could assist you with information that could be brought back to us with recommendation that you don't even have to burden yourself with. Yeah, the minutes have to be kept and you've got to put that in a file, or a volunteer's got to help file that in that group that's meeting. But it's information being brought to us, and as your daughter sat up there and challenged me, what are you doing? She's absolutely right. This stuff has to be brought back to us for recommendations. And I'm sorry, co-constituents up here, it is for those recommendations to be heard and then act on to give direction to the administrator to then direct your staff. I mean, I'm talking about something that's elementary here, but as you said, Mr. Arnold, it needs to start with that kind of machine working that way, so that dashboard, Mr. Lewandowski, can be monitored in what direction we're going and what's happening next. Is the oil light on because we're at that point that we haven't looked at LDRs and now we've got these issues because somebody approaches us for 1,000 home development and we don't have the first LDR that I know of in place other than through our comp plan. And I'm looking at Mr. Lewandowski, but I know because I've got a sister municipality that I witnessed them screaming because they've got another 2,500 homes coming and their LDRs aren't updated. So that committee alone, and I'm stupid to LDRs. I'm sorry, I'll tell your daughters, tell her to come back. I'll tell her I'm stupid. I'm very uncomfortable with our position with LDRs at this point. But I know I have intelligent, vetted, interested citizens. I have a lady out here who does multi-million-dollar budgets. She has proprietary information she is not allowed to have as a volunteer. But whether she was on staff or whether she was a contractor, there's methods to get this going faster than what we're doing. Does that mean you're not working fast enough? No, you can't work any faster unless I see the light on here at 3 o'clock in the morning, which there's some early mornings I see the car parked out there. Is it enough? Probably not. It's not your fault at this point, but if we... Mia?
That's how I feel at the moment, because you keep saying super intelligent people, so that makes me feel like you think the
That's
rest
not
of
what I
us
mean.
are stupid in the
Welcome to
office.
my world when I go to the
I'm just trying
county
to tell
commission.
you how we feel.
Yes.
Welcome
We
to
have
my world when
discussed this long
Kirsten and I
enough.
stood up
We
for
have
2.5
voted on
hours.
it.
We have.
We have discussed it, we have heard enough feelings, we have.
And I agree with Lewandowski, we need to think about this and come back another day. Today is not the day. I don't think we're ready to move forward with it anyway tonight. So if I make a motion, it's gonna be to table it.
And I'll second it.
Okay, so my motion is
Last
to
I looked,
table.
I have the gavel at this point, Madam Vice Mayor. I know that you tell people on Facebook who's running the show.
First of all, Mayor, I ain't told nobody nothing,
Yes, ma'am.
but I just made a motion and it was second.
And that's
Okay.
legal.
And that is legal. Thank you. And when we get done with this, we can make another motion.
We can make a motion and a second at this point. If we have any further discussion to table this, do you have a date certain that you'd like to table this to for our review, please?
At least next month, but what do you guys think?
Okay.
Next month?
Good. All right, and we have a motion and a second. So with that, the discussion I have is, would this be tabled with the opportunity to have a resolution brought forward on what sister municipalities do and how they outline their advisory boards? Is that something legal could provide for us?
No, we're
It's
not.
under discussion to table it until next month, and I just am asking to amend that motion to table with a resolution to review, so
No.
we
That wasn't my motion. My motion was to table it until at least next month.
okay. We have a
And what
motion.
was your second? Was that your second?
That was my second.
Okay.
That's a second. I have a motion, a second. Any other discussion from the dais?
The only thing I want to say is, I agree with Mr. Lewandowski. Just when we come back with it, let's come back with in mind, volunteer and the advisory board is two separate things. And I think what we've done tonight is combine them both. But, just remember, they're two separate issues.
Any other discussion of the dais? Any other discussion from the constituents in the audience? Let's go to, yes, ma'am. Miss. Welcome.
Thank you. Rhonda Robertson, resident. As one of the citizens, it was not an intent to tell people what to do or hover anything. It was going to be a brainstorming and what we could come up with. The original intent was to, the original intent's because I'm short. Okay, we'll try that.
We can hear you. Thank you.
The original intent was to save money. We're in a crisis and with a lot of brainstorming, think of ways to save money. And a lot of people have some very good ideas, and we could bring that to you,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
commissioners,
Yes, ma'am.
not the staff, not
Recommendations to
anyone
us.
else.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
That was the whole point of
Absolutely.
the advisory board consideration. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that input. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Fiore.
So I just want to put for the record, for the questions that I asked to help staff with the budget, none of those questions were proprietary information. There's anything I could have asked for a public records request. So when those comments are made that I couldn't get the data because they were secret, that's not really accurate. Everything was just a normal public record request.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I know a lot of the conversation is pointing in my direction, but again, I wanted to help with it. I don't want anyone's position up there, and I made that clear many times.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to table until next month and bring it back up, say aye.
Aye.
Nays, like sign. Nay. Motion carries 4-1. Okay, next is discussion on revenue suggestions. That was discussed last month.
Yes,
Yes,
Mayor
ma'am.
Hope. So what I did was I just put everything that was on the original list and added some, and I think I might have missed one actually, Commissioner White. And then I put a little blurb as to what was discussed, and then there was a few items that were motioned to move forward with.
Okay.
So that's how I did this one, and I attached the, Commissioner White got the final millage for Alachua County for us, just to show we're actually the second lowest. I think a comment was made that we're high, real high. That's
Yes, ma'am.
not a true statement. And then the next one shows your ad valorem from 1 to 10%. At 10%, we'll only bring in 9,700 more, which is better than nothing. I realize that sounds like a lot. I just kind of did my own home because I pay full taxes. It would be like $55 a month for me. Of course, it's based on your house value, blah, blah, blah. So I did that because that's what you asked. So the 57,500,000 is our non-exempt value and 214,000 our new construction. I can't get in the trim portal yet. It's still locked to do some more numbers. So if anyone notices anything, did you notice anything that wasn't correct? Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
So there's a couple of things. Karen Fiore. The calculation for this, you take your non-exempt value, you subtract out your new construction, and then you take that number and multiply it by your millage rate and divide it by 1,000. And so I noticed, Deanna, that you are using just the 57.5, and you need to subtract out your construction, new construction, for your calculation.
Just
Yep.
take one.
And then your calculation, you're saying 1% up to 10%, but you're actually doing 0.1% in your calculation, not 1%. So those numbers aren't correct on here. Yeah, so I provided you with a document that shows you if you were looking at it as 1% down to 10%, and so 1% would give you an additional 3,178, and all the way up to 10% would give you $31,781. However, in this type of calculation, you usually don't talk about it in the percentages. You talk about it in millage increases. So I provided you with the calculation if you were to increase it, starting with 0.25 mils all the way up to 275 mils. So you can see that based on the estimated non-exempt value, 0.25 mil increase would provide you with an additional $14,321. All the way up to an amazing 2.75 mils, which I hope we wouldn't do, give you an additional $157,536.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. Okay. So thank you very much, Karen. And the next one, just you guys, I know you motioned. I know you motioned already to stop the one-time meetings, but it's just a brief. So because you guys asked for what it would be, it's about 518, give or take, for an extra meeting. Okay. It was asked for, Mayor Hope.
So we are going to once a month?
Yeah, that was voted on.
Unless we have a special meeting that's
Correct.
assigned.
Right, and that's what I was letting everyone know, and just reminding that, of course, we can have a special meeting, workshop, whatever, you
The
guys need us to
budget
do.
workshops
Yes, because I know we have those
would be
coming.
built in on top of the one meeting a month.
Yes, sir, of
Is that what
course,
I
of
understand?
course, yes, yes. So that was just provided.
And what was the final determination on pausing the recreation programs?
The consensus was we weren't, if we didn't do a vote on it.
Correct, like, only two things were voted on was the shut down the Facebook, that's done already, and the not the ad, I'm sorry, the,
Is there any signage up there telling them that it's temporary,
what's temporary?
the splash pad? Any sign, any
Yes.
communication at all?
Yes, I made a sign and Scott put it up for me. That said it's closed, but that hasn't been voted. It was by consensus that if we had more repairs or vandalism, that we were gonna close, it's closed because the health department closed it. So until we get the repairs finished, they won't open it. So if you guys want to approve the 2,000 plus staff and chemicals, then the health department will come clear it.
Deanna, I'm gonna ask you to, I'm gonna put some more on you. Ask you to get with the county and see if we can use the Wild Spaces Public
We
Places.
can. We can.
I'm gonna ask you to do that and just to verify it, and if we can, make the repairs. If not, then
We can.
We have to fill out an application, just like we did for water, wastewater, and then submit it, so we'll have to be specific. Are we just asking for the repairs this time? Or, see what I mean? I didn't think, I don't know, I guess Gina maybe can help with
On this
that.
grant-related project, It came from Wild Spaces,
Right, but these are, I don't know if it covers repairs and maintenance, because that's what this is.
go ahead, Karen. I understand it can
The
and
maintenance,
will.
normally you can't.
Karen, so when I was at the city, if you got your approval for your project, then the maintenance to keep that going was allowable expenditure, even down to adding FTEs. So my suggestion, I'm not gonna do it anymore because I know my help's not wanted in this area, but for your budget, your
It
parks
is.
person, to even try to put a percentage of that parks person to that fund to start using the funds. But you still have to maintain a good record, so
Right.
you would say 10% of his time is spent on maintaining all of that equipment at the park, and so you're gonna charge that fund. So those reoccurring expenditures can take place. But in a perfect world, the cities wouldn't wanna do that, because the whole idea is that you get the money to fund this project,
For
and
new
you want to then
projects, yeah.
push those expenditures for maintenance to your general fund to continue to maintain it. But if you look at like the city of Gainesville, from the very beginning, they're still funding their projects and maintenance from the wild spaces. Cause even that large city can't even then just say, hey, general fund, take over all the expenditures from Depot Park.
And, yeah, all the Wild Spaces just for new projects, yeah. there has
Yeah,
to be.
so it is
That's all I'm
allowable,
saying.
but
Let's get with the county and see what they will cover, what they say it covers. And if you want me to do that, I'll do that, but if you get along with you, you better not do that.
I'll ask him.
But if you need me to, I will. But if we can use it for maintenance, let's do that.
And of course, I'll do that.
Okay,
Just so you know, we'll have to do that. I mean, I can submit the application and then they have to bring it to their board, then back to us. So it might just be a couple months. I'm
2
just letting
months,
you know.
that's fine. I mean, as long as
Because I
the
believe there's a bunch of
communication is,
comments out there about that too. It's like we just
There
can't
is,
win on
but
anything
it
here,
is what it
so we're
is.
as
trying.
long as we're communicating splash pad is closed for repairs. You know, sorry, it's the heat of summer doing it, but that'll give us the time then to get the appropriate
Do we need
monies.
to do a motion
Yes.
for recreation?
I will just flag just briefly, that my understanding, and it's rudimentary, but just to clarify with the county when you do ask, is that the surtax funds can be used for maintenance, but you can't use 2017 surtax project. So like if it was built in 2017, you can't use 2023 surtax funds. So I don't know where we are in cycles. I don't know where all of that is, but you can't use different year for maintenance. So
Yeah.
so I don't know, but that would be something to clarify with the county is when it was built.
So I will make a motion that we get with the county and see if we can use it. And if we can, then to use those proceeds for the splash pad.
And let them know that it's temporarily closed for repairs, and so we don't want to take that from our citizenry, so play the heartstrings.
How much do we want to ask for that? Maybe I'm not clear. So we have the repair now, so if we get more repairs, more vandalism, whatever, do we want to ask for more than 2,000 from the county?
Well, if it takes
Or
care of maintenance also, then
it'd be the
that's,
chemicals, the staff time, because it's public works and recreation that's doing the maintenance on it. Mostly it's public works. I mean,
Yeah.
recreation does help out by
And
all
the
means.
amount of hours that John spends putting the repairs in there, and
Right.
on the
I'm just
weekend.
asking, do we want to ask for more, so that way it can carry us through the summer, or?
I would recommend
Like I
that to
was
give an
saying.
assessment of what we've
And-
expensed to date and say, okay, this is what
see
it's,
what we can, see what they,
I mean, just get with John and the team and come up with a figure, and then that would carry us through the rest of the year, and you could present it that way. For this physical year, this is what we, we're talking
the
about
energy,
the wild
reach out to the
spaces
county
funding
and see if.
to work on the maintenance with the splash pad. But close it until under repairs for signage, so citizenry knows that.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to that effect. Do I have any other discussions? Any discussion from the audience and the constituency? Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, Ms. Commissioner Penny.
Did we ever ask Alachua County in reference to the vandalism? Can we post the pictures to see if anybody could recognize them? Because we need to go after them parents for the vandalism they've done.
I'm afraid that's, I think legal needs to look into it. The photos are Grady. Now, somebody may recognize the clothes and say, hey, that's been And then what? And if it's a minor especially.
Then you're in
That's
litigation
why I
with no
asked,
resolution to
did
get the
we-
splash pad back open.
I mean, because if we can recognize them, and some other citizen might recognize them, and know, well, this is the person who's the city got to go try to get a loan for, or have to go get grants for. This the person, they need to go after that parent
I don't disagree with you.
to pay some of this. Because, you know, all of it is not just,
It's not all maintenance.
wear and tear.
Right.
It's the vandalism. Because y'all said a person was hanging from the part. They know better, because they're that tall, they knew better.
That's a secondary consideration we can move forward with.
I want their money.
Any other discussion from the dais
We want their money too.
regarding compiling what it's gonna take to keep the splash pad back open with the repairs current and through the rest of the year? That's the consideration. Anyone from the constituents in the audience? Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski.
So I think the decision process you're doing is the right one, the discussion on it. And I think that you should sort of apply this to the rest of the items you're going to be discussing about. So there's 3 broad categories of things you need to do. Number one, you need to have a target number. What is the target number that you have to hit with all these interventions you're going to do? So that's number one, because unless you have that, you don't know which direction you're going in. Number 2, what is the cost of each one of these? I haven't heard a cost yet on this. I know you probably hadn't had a chance to figure it out, but what's the cost? I mean, if you're going to do this, how much are we actually going to save? The third thing is, what are the consequence costs of this? And I think
It's depleting.
Commissioner
wild
Green
spaces.
alluded to this. So if you get rid of the splash pad, you know, what's the potential cost in vandalism, et cetera, et cetera? And
When
I
it's
think you have to go through each one of these items with that. And I think it's okay to have a discussion, but unless you have some numbers, you're sort of like kind of wasting your time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience? Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays, like sign, hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you for your input, Ms. Fiore.
And the next one is,
Can I just ask a question about wild spaces? We've talked about refunding wild spaces, the total amount of monies. Is that in a special account, or is that just talking about, we've earmarked that in our general fund account of the total of $68,000 that we've told?
It's 100 and something, 119, I think, it's in here.
Is it in a special holding account?
Oh, yeah, it's in a special wild space public places account. That's the revenue that's been incoming that we're transferring fund
And
revenue.
we're taking and putting that,
General fund to there. We haven't started repaying the 200 and some thousand that we owe yet. If that's, is that what you're asking me? Because we'd have to move money just from our general fund into the wild spaces. These are just transfers like we should have been doing.
To that special
So
holding
from October
account.
forward, we're moving in, yes, the infrastructure and the wild spaces money into a special account. I think it's 119 something thousand now we're up to.
and our commitment to the county is saying we will replenish the 300,000 as part of our due diligence.
Which would be on top of what we're coming, that's coming in
And
from
now
the
we're going
state.
to them and asking, may we take out of that fund to continue to reopen this granted project?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
and
yeah.
again, I'm clarifying for myself, but just for everyone to know that we've committed once to the county to replenish 300,000 at 119 we're at, and now we're gonna go to them and ask them, we'd like to take this out to continue for our citizenry, this community splash pad park.
And remember, we can only submit for half. So if they give us 10,000, let's say, and we spend the 10,000, you have to submit, receipts and all that, we're only gonna get 5 back, so just
And that's
reminder
why
about
you've got-
that as well, it's not the whole amount we're getting back if they match.
And that's why you need to equate
Correct.
everything it's gonna cost for the rest of the year, so that we've got some pad there to cover, so that we can afford this for the citizenry
Correct.
through the summer. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No, and I'm just
Yes.
telling myself as well as the audience how this stuff works, so. Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner White, you were going on to the next item, or?
I was going with number 1, the senior center. We didn't vote on that. We said by consensus, so that needs a vote to make it surplus.
Okay, do I have a motion for the surplus, to surplus the senior citizen center and put it on?
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor, I have a second from Commissioner White. Any discussion of surplusing the senior citizen?
Did we look into the grants that I think when we had the Alachua County League come, they were talking about some grants for historical sites that their cities had gotten not too long ago. Did we look into that before we,
I haven't, no ma'am.
okay, 'cause I forgot the name of them, but, excuse me, they were saying that there's, I think Micanopy and Hot Springs said that they were granted some monies for the historical sites. So before we surplus it, I want us to look into the grants, because they might come and restore it, because both of them, got money for it.
And I totally respect that, but in the economy of scale, I guess is the way I want to define this, based on, you're still gonna, as soon as you get the grant funds and it's restored, then you've got the OEM and all the operating and maintenance of a building that's just a secondary community center.
And right now, we need.
And we have one Archer Community Center now that is a burden to try to manage at a standard that we can trust. And I don't mean that pointed at anybody, other than my use of it, and my concern for it, as well as citizenry. And yet, what the citizens expect when they get it, and how many, I mean, it's in the pudding, if you will, about what we're refunding back for the maintenance that we can't keep up with a beautiful building, a historical building, and we need to do a better job at the standards we try to maintain that with all our staff and volunteerism, et cetera. But it's costly, and so now we're gonna consider a grant for a second building, you know, for historical preservation, and then what are we gonna do with the maintenance? That's my concern. That's all I'm sharing with the group.
And if we could rent it out even, I mean,
Yeah.
but the problem is, then we still got to maintain it.
And it's vacant
And
right now, and it's
we need
open
the
to
money.
vandalism.
I mean, right now, we need every dollar we can get.
Absolutely.
So-
That's why I
and
said it's economy of scale. I mean, just,
It served a good purpose for a good many years, so.
okay, any other discussion? Okay, any discussion from the constituency in the audience? Yes, ma'am.
Karen Fiore. So I think that's great. You're going to do that, but please remember that you're going into your and I know I'm beating a horse, but for your budget, you're still going to have to budget some utility expenses and maintenance on that building, or else you can't just like shut off all the air conditioner and all the other
Just
stuff.
let it
So
sit.
just keep that in mind. You're going to need something. And as far as the Wild Spaces Fund, so the county, when I listened and read everything, they didn't say you're not allowed to use your Wild Spaces money. Yes, they said you have to replenish your Wild Spaces money for up to $300,000, I believe it was. And then the paper got it wrong, and they made it sound like we already we already replenished 60-something thousand.
Yep.
That's not true. And I had a feeling it was just the money that we already had sitting in our general fund, we moved to our special fund. But what you're going to want to do is show that you're still running your Wild Spaces programs, you're using those funds, and then for the transfer, you're just going to transfer a budget amount every year from your general fund over to your Wild Spaces fund. And there's no way that in your budget that you're going to be able to do $100,000 a year. There's absolutely no way. So you need to come up as a group on what number you're comfortable with. And I mean, it can't be $10,000. You're going to have to show more of an effort than that. But if you recall, there was even a commission on the county that said even if they're showing they're doing $1, that they're just trying.
It's due diligence.
So
yeah,
just
yeah.
keep that in mind.
Thank you very much, Ms. York. Yes, sir, Mr. Kosicki.
Kosicki, citizen. The Archer Community Center, that building is older than you probably think. The Wood family, that our house and the building next door here, built that in the early 1900s as a bottling company.
The senior center you're speaking of.
The senior center over here, the
Not
wooden
the-
building
yes,
was
sir.
the Archer Bottling Company.
Yes, sir.
I think underneath it, there may be bottles from that. It's probably in a shape that you're not gonna wanna rebuild it historically or anything else. I mean, the cost, it wouldn't be worth what the building is. It's probably better to sell the land, sell the building, let somebody build something there that's gonna be useful for the city, or at least the taxes will be.
Thank you, sir, very much. Anyone else from the audience? Okay, let's go.
The question, are you going one by one on each one of these items, or?
Right now, what's on the motion is the senior center. Is the surplusing the senior center is what the focus is on this motion.
Well, I can just say what's on this sheet, but I wanna, you're going one by one, in other words. You're gonna take the senior citizen, then you're gonna go to the Archer Community Center from there and so on. Is that what you're planning on doing?
We're reviewing each item. Right now, it
Each
is the
item.
senior center.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to get
If
clear,
you're speaking to
because
is the senior center.
I have a whole sheet here of different things, and I just wanted to make sure I'm doing this right.
This is on the senior center and
All
surplusing
right,
the senior
okay,
center.
okay. I had written here on this page, which I won't repeat when I come back up here. Research and check the value of the senior citizen building and property. Did anybody do that, or are you
We have to
considering-
determine whether we're gonna surplus it or not.
I beg your pardon?
That's the motion, is whether we surplus it or not. To answer your question, no. There's not been appraised or valued.
You haven't done that, okay. I also had written on here, maybe renting it also, as an option, but somebody already spoke on that. Whatever is done to that particular piece of property, I would like to see Ms. Alame named somewhere around there. I don't know who you're gonna sell it to. I don't know how would you incorporate all of that, but it would be nice to, rather than just taking her name off the building and not have anything to show that she was ever there.
Like the first medical clinic we had that we gave away.
Exactly.
And the ladies that did that in the garden club were never recognized. Yes, ma'am. We've done it before. Okay, any other discussions?
Could I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I can't remember who I spoke to, but possibly could we rename a road if whoever purchases isn't okay with?
Yeah,
That was another idea. Just
Yes, ma'am,
FYI.
just like we did a park. Yes, ma'am. Or parks. Yes, ma'am. I don't see any problem with that. Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of surplusing the senior citizen, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Are you gonna go just in order, Commissioner White?
Yeah, that's-
I mean,
That was my recommendation.
and I hate to turn to you, but I mean, you ran the meeting with these items, and so, my
Get
problem,
them
not
out of
yours.
the way and let's see where we go.
Okay. Surplus the City Hall and move City Hall to the Archer Community Center.
Well, who's gonna talk about that one?
And from what I understand, there was discussion, as we've discussed before, bringing this facility to ADA compliance. And again, I don't mean to speak of Mr. Hammond and proposals, but, this is 2 years ago. It was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring this building into ADA compliance with the remodeling that was gonna be required. And with our financial position now, I don't want to invest that kind of money in this building, is my feeling, so.
And we were supposed to have it done within the next year, 2 years, something
ma'am.
like that. I haven't seen anything to that effect, I was told.
No, ma'am. But at least like a visionary plan, as we talk about visions and plans as consideration, if we begin this project and look for grant sourcing with our new partnership with new engineering firms or whatever it would be to earmark this for this vision. Is that by consensus still okay, or we want to motion that, or?
I think,
I mean, I don't want to start it next month. We're not in that position. Let's pick our battles here, but we certainly can do that for planning, long-term planning, and what a concept. So,
yeah, it also gives us a little bit more cash if we did, right now, we are trying to maintain too many buildings in this city.
Yes, ma'am.
That we don't have the money for. And, City Hall and the community center take a lot of maintenance.
yes, ma'am.
Besides the electricity and the air.
Yes, ma'am.
Whoever said that, so, yeah.
I mean, even if we begin in months ahead appraisal, that kind of stuff. And when we're to that position, we want to expense that for this facility to prepare for when we want to surplus it or whatever, as well as what is it going to take, as there was concern about, have we written USDA, can we use this? I mean, those, do we want to do that next week? No, but there's a vision and a plan here is what way I took this, that this would be how we would approach the ADA compliance, and especially if we were challenged from regulatory agencies regarding that. What is your plan? What a concept, so.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get some questions answered.
Yeah, I mean, but at least we've broached it and talked about it, and that's the plan long-term. So by consensus is okay? All right, thank you. C, pause the recreation programs, we said we would continue those into the next season?
Yes, because, it's not fair to punish the kids for adult actions.
So until next season, you say?
Which is fall, correct? I mean,
Yeah, there'll be a fall ball
in August it starts, so.
did we say that? Will not be paused, yeah.
Will not, okay.
But you said the recreation department, they basically kind of take care of itself? Did I hear you say that earlier?
Most of it, yeah, most of it. Now, $200-300.
It's Scott's salary. I think we brought, or whoever's at the position where it was in, I can't remember where at the moment, but then Dallas had recommended move it to recreation, and you guys approved that. So we possibly, I'll talk with Dallas, I know he's listening, but move it back to wherever it possibly, because that is overdoing, like, we're not making money when you look at his salary, which is not really correct in my opinion, because he's doing a lot of park maintenance as well. But I was just, going with what was suggested, but to make it look where we're making, even or profit,
And
it's his salary.
Can I ask a question? And this is from the NICE program report that was submitted, the first one we've seen in a year and a half, 2 years. So thank you for whoever, Scott, whoever did that. But his job description is not a bathroom attendant. Huh?
Yes, well, that is.
What is his job- what is his job title?
That is his job description. He's not aware of this, but I do plan on sitting down with him, and I'll see who else, and rewrite it, and then probably gonna have to come with a little bit of a raise, because if we're gonna put in writing these, all the things he's gonna do.
But currently in the city of Archer,
Yes.
what is that job title?
Park attendant,
Right.
Park
attendant.
assistant or whatever with recreation? I mean, he oversees?
No, recreation has nothing to do with his job. I didn't know it either until I was talking.
Okay, and I'm not challenging anybody, I just, when I saw bathroom attendant, I said, where did that come from? Because he's been crowned as Parks and Recreation, whatever title, but it's more than a bathroom attendant, so.
He is park attendant.
He's administering, security cameras, and we need to discuss how that's happening, for liability to the city, because I've been approached about where is that camera being monitored? Is it in this office with staff in this office or outside? So that's why I'm asking about his title. I mean, yes, ma'am, it just
So Scott has access.
through his phone?
I
or-
have access,
Okay.
Justin has access, and the sheriff's office has access. Once a blue moon, I look at it, I really don't have time.
It's not something you put on your to-do list every day?
No, I mean, if something's
Yeah.
going on, I might
You
look at
delegate
them.
that to
And I
them.
do look at Public Works here and there, but I just don't have time to do, but I spot check it, yes, I do, but I believe Scott monitors
And that's
it
not me
all the
attacking you
time.
at all,
But
it's
he
just-
pretty much all the time, that's a full-time thing, if I understand correctly, monitor, especially like if the alerts go off after he's closed
And
the
it's on their
bathroom.
personal device?
On his phone, yes, sir.
Okay, and again, this is protecting our staff. Legal, is that appropriate? Or would you just look into that? Because I've had citizens approaching me, not a lot, but just concerned about that and the purpose and the,
Specifically, the way that it's being monitored, the access, is that,
through multiple personal device. I mean, Justin's is his personal phone?
No.
It's a city phone, it's
No,
through
me
here?
and Justin are on the city computers.
The city
I'm
computers.
not anymore on my phone, but yes, yes, sir.
But he is on his personal device.
I mean, it would be fact specific regarding whether or not we're following the rest of the cybersecurity regulations and those kinds of things, so.
And just to protect Scott, would we make sure that, get with IT and that.
Nothing to do with that.
Right, no, I'm not, Johnny, I'm just, because the association, I know,
I don't have anything to do with that. So,
but could we just, things to do, but could we approach IT and make sure that our park attendant is not liable for the manner in which it's being monitored? If there's a better way, or there's a different device or whatever to bring back to us for consideration. Because citizenry is talking about voyeurism and that kind of stuff, and there's no part in that. And that's, speculation, but we need to protect our staff regarding that. So,
Question for you. Well, probably for Deanna and for Scott. Scott does a wonderful job. Don't get me wrong, I love Scott. But is his position only covers the Robinson Park, or does he help cut grass and stuff in all the other parks?
He opens and closes the bathrooms at Wilson Robinson and Maddox and cleans them when they need to be done, restocks them, that kind of stuff. He does not mow Maddox Park unless, like today he mowed City Hall, weeded, loaded off because the guys are working on something they couldn't have leaked.
but he's assisting them.
Right, so when he can, yes, he assists, with whatever we need, here, out there.
Okay, so I'm just asking, so his duties, does not require, because like the park right next to me, the grass is like knee high. And so I was just wondering, yes, at Green Courts, which my husband's gonna go in there and mow that, but I was just wondering, are Scott limitations only to Robinson Park, or is it for all the parks in Archer? Say, for instance, if the other guys get behind and they can't, because, does Robinson Park need mowing every day, or, from what you all are saying, does just Robinson Park keep him busy? Or does he have time to help out at the other parks? That's my thing.
When the season's not in, he has a little bit more time, of course. The park still needs to be maintained and so forth. But now, like I said, he has a little bit more time, so he does help out with things that can be done.
But he was hired just to maintain Wilson Robinson Park?
Just to do the bathrooms is actually
Both
all.
Maddox too, the bathrooms at Maddox, right? Open and closed.
Yeah, but that's not, no, see, Commissioner White said no. Cleaning the bathrooms ain't no all-day job.
that's not what I did not know until.
What is your understanding, Deanna, that he opens both bathrooms of both parks?
Yes,
Yes,
that's what I understood.
but no, he's not.
That's not what I understood. I understood that he was the park attendant at Wilson Robinson Park.
Could you review his job, continue what your action, huh? Yes.
Oh, she said she had it.
Want me to read it to you?
For clarification.
Response, Karen Fiore, the title is Park Washroom Attendant Requirements. Responsibilities, park restroom attendants ensure that public parks and restrooms are clean and functional. This includes picking up trash, replacing supplies, wiping counters, mopping up excess water, and reporting fixing broken sinks and toilets and other fixtures. He or she must also satisfy the needs of guests and respond to any type of emergency while on site. The park restroom attendant is also expected to be aware of all activities at the park and report any suspicious activities to management or local authorities. And this is where I said the flexibility to the work for different shifts is included in the qualifications. And this was, at the time, salary was $11 per hour.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It says parks, plural, so.
One park.
So it is.
Is it multiple parks?
Yeah.
This-
She said
Parks,
parks, wouldn't it?
Parks. No, it's multiple parks. Ms. Fiore, it was parks, plural, correct?
Public parks.
Parks,
Okay,
plural, yes
okay.
ma'am, so that.
Yeah, public parks.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means he's able to help out like the other guys,
And manage the other parks.
or is it?
Yeah.
To say if the grass is out of control, to mow.
Yeah, let's not get into micromanaging this. Ms. Altop, if you would just bring it back to us with an update based on what Ms. Fiore just read and what you would like it to have.
And I'm not trying to micromanage, I just see that we have like overgrown parks in other areas, so I'm just
And
trying
it's
to
parks
get.
plural.
Okay, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I can have my 2 or 3 minutes, like Commissioner White now.
Turn your speaker on.
Let me have my 2 or 3 minutes. So I'm just trying to get clarifications, because I know I saw the other guys fixing like a broken line, and they have broken lines and stuff, and they have work that we keep saying they can't keep up. So I'm just wondering, because again, the grass next to me is like knee high. One of the guys like mowed around the fence on Friday, but not inside the fence. I'm just trying to see if Scott's position just limited to that one part. They all keep jumping and just telling me about bathrooms, and I'm trying to find out, I'm looking for clarification. It says just limited to one
At
park.
this time, it's, yes, that's the way it was explained to him.
Okay.
So that is how it currently is, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no doubt.
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
No, never mind.
So while we're talking about parks, Deanna, I meant to tell you, when I was down there, wasn't last night, before last, the sink in the big restroom looks like somebody's trying to disconnect it from the wall.
That's the second time that's happened.
Yeah.
Again, Ms. Altop, for clarification, if you could just provide the update so we can get clarification through the updated job description, based on the way you would like it to be handled. Thank you. I think that will bring clarification for you as well. Commissioner Green, not trying to outspeak you, but just, again, the job description can tell all. So with an update, and it's in your purview to update job descriptions at any time you feel. Not to put trepidation on any staff member or whatever, but a year ago, each Public Works were telling each Public Works what they were and weren't gonna do. So a job description can clarify lots of things, so. Shut down our Facebook page.
Yep, we did that.
When was that done, based on the conversations tonight about what's on Facebook? Which I don't do Facebook, so I guess
Word of
that's,
mouth and then the Facebook.
is it coming from the city Facebook page or just people's personal Facebook?
Archer word of mouth, that's where
That's a Facebook?
it's a Facebook page, but it's not the city of Archer Facebook page.
Okay. I don't, I'm sorry, I don't even,
I
I
don't
don't
try
even
to
keep
go.
up with that. I watch Channel 20 News to find all the stuff I need to
So
start.
don't be repeating what other people say in that microphone if you don't look at it.
No, ma'am, I don't.
You did earlier.
It was through conversations of employees. And, I mean, and citizens, I'm sorry, not employees, but citizens. Okay, next is temporarily raise the ad valorem to max rate. It's recommended not to go to max, or is that a budget proposal that we're gonna do through budget workshops?
It is a budget proposal, yes. If a
Just
former
for-
city manager had recommended that to get us out of the, start us recovering.
review
to
that
do
in workshop,
max
what-
millage.
what
We
to
can,
decide.
yes.
Okay.
I was just making sure, like, bringing suggestions forward as a whole.
And we have the chart to be able to review at our first workshop.
that
So,
Karen
okay,
did. Thank
that's ongoing, thank you. Reduce the regular city commission meetings to one a month, you've done that, other than exceptions to special call meetings, okay?
There was one more, or two more. We, discussed commission payroll. And, how we're gonna handle that, because it's really not fair to go up on our water and our taxes, and that's something that we're going for. So,
What's the recommendation from the dais? Through a motion.
I'm good with, you can have mine, I mean, I'm good with that.
I think we need to be consistent with it. If we're gonna, I mean, that's my opinion, I'm waiting for a motion.
You had a motion last time, didn't you?
I said half. I said we keep 250 and give 250 back to the city.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion for $250 a month and a second for $250. Any other discussions? I don't agree with, I mean,
Time or not?
what time do you wanna?
Do you have a time
What's the timeframe? August 1st?
Yeah, that sounds good. August 1st.
I mean,
You mean to start August first?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Vice Mayor?
I said timeframe, you said, you asked August first, she said it sounded good. What were you thinking?
I was thinking budget,
Yeah.
till, yeah, that we'll do the budget year.
To start the budget year, October?
No, I'm saying we go from now until next year. And then when we budget, next year when we do the budget, we budget for a raise or whatever.
Okay, but for the remainder of this fiscal year,
Exactly.
25. So would you amend your motion to that effect, that we do it for the remainder
Yeah,
of
from
fiscal
July
year
until
25,
next-
which is through
She's saying from July now,
July,
from July
August,
to,
September.
to July next year.
for 3 months? And then through budget process, we decide what we're gonna,
I'm just,
Yeah, I got lost
yeah,
with that.
I'm sorry.
So that's for a
Just
year.
not
for-
here tonight.
For a year.
So what
for
are we
1 year.
doing now? We,
Fiscal year or
She,
when, and again, for history's sake, when we gave our last, when it was motioned to raise us, it was in a January. It wasn't at the beginning of
I
our
know.
fiscal year. I mean, if I remember correctly, we
Yeah.
did it at the beginning of
Well-
a fiscal year, not a budget year.
but we're
So-
close.
If we do it now and we go till we do, whomever's
budget.
doing the budget, whomever, we can change it when we do the budget. But right now, we say 250 and,
And consider it a budget workshop item to when we want to consider increasing it.
I
But
think
to
it's
go
ought
to
to be
250.
annual, and do it according to resolution, or ordinance, I believe, says that we have the right to, give ourselves a raise annually.
Yes. I believe that that is how it is written. I would need to check to be
Annual.
certain,
So that's the way we
annually,
did it last time, was annual at the
Yeah.
beginning of
Mhm.
January.
generally.
So your motion would be to go to 250 for the remainder of this
What is your motion?
calendar year?
sure, that sounds good.
Do I have a second to that effect?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I don't quite
sorry.
get it.
It's
Mr.
been,
White,
it's been a
second.
hard week. I had my eyes dilated today.
I'm sorry, 250 and through the remainder of this calendar
Until
year,
September 30th.
starting
Now.
Now, July
July
first.
July 1st,
starting July first until this September
through this calendar year.
Okay, that's what we're saying.
And then
that's not-
consider it at budget, if we were to consider a raise, when it would be, or for January and what it would be.
We're saying calendar, but do we mean fiscal?
I think we
Fiscal,
mean
yeah.
fiscal,
It's fiscal
so
year.
2026, September 2026.
September, ending September 2026. If we're saying calendar, then we're saying ending December 2025.
I thought we said the rest of this calendar
What
year.
are you saying?
Well, I thought we were gonna do it until the new year, which meant from now
That
until
was what you
September
seconded.
30th. The new fiscal year, we will look at it and say, or for the budget.
But can we do it like this? This is a suggestion.
Your calendar year.
Can we just do it like this for on a temporary basis and not just say calendar year, fiscal year? Can we say we would give up half our salary, say for 6 months? Because you're only gonna have an election next year. And some folks may not want to run in here for $250. So I wouldn't say, but I wouldn't say that. I mean, if it was me, I would say that, well, let's just cut this is my suggestion, to maybe cut our salaries in half, maybe for 6 months, give it a try.
That's
See how much that
December
adds
31st.
to the budget. See if that helps the budget some. Then January, we can discuss it again, or December.
That's
Come
calendar
back
year.
and discuss it.
That's calendar year, ending December 31st.
So I'm just saying a temporary thing. I'm not just saying set it at 250 permanently.
Yeah. Because we can't do that anyway, every year we have to look at it. So I'm good with that.
Is it easier to say it that
With
way?
respect to you, Commissioner
Cheers.
Penny, do you want to go through the calendar year, or you want to just go 3 months through
Now
the
you want to
physical year?
try
Gosh, it
4
looked
or
like that.
5 months, 6 months?
And review
Is
it
it
in
easier
January.
to say it like that? I
Either,
suggest
any
we
of them
do
are
it.
equally easy.
Yeah, they're just as
Yeah,
equal.
I would suggest that we do it on a 6-month basis and just to see where we are
That's the calendar year.
at the calendar year. That's just my suggestion.
Starting July, that would be the calendar year.
And since she did the
is that
motion,
good?
she would have to amend to that. I said, since
She
you
needs to
did the
clarify her
motion, you would
motion.
have to
Just
amend
clarify
to
your
that.
motion.
Yeah.
Send it to whatever she just said.
Should be 6 months through the calendar year.
Did you make the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
We made the motion, somebody seconded it?
Commissioner White just
Commissioner
walked
White. but she's
Okay.
not-
in. So we have to wait for her to amend her second.
I think it's just a lot easier to say it that way, do it that way. Keep it moving. Well, let the church say amen.
No, she ain't.
And you,
said he'll be, over there to mow that park by your house.
Oh, okay. Tell him I wasn't complaining about it. He just need to come open the gate. My husband said he'll mow it. Yeah.
I'm not
Tell him
complaining
just
about
come
it,
in
I'm
and
just
open
bringing
the
it up.
gate. Yeah. Tell him I wasn't complaining. I just. My husband said he'll mow it.
welcome back, Commissioner White. We're waiting for you to amend your second. It was calendar year determination through December 31st. So moved. I have a motion and a second. Reduce commissioner salary starting July 1st to $250 through the remainder of the calendar year 2025. Any other discussion? Any discussion from the constituents in the audience? Yes, ma'am.
Karen Fiore, I think that's great that you're willing to take that step, but that's really just really small dollars. I would recommend that, and I think this is a vacant position, that Public Works Assistant. I think you have two, one's vacant, no one's agreeing with me, but you would have a lot more of a budget impact if you delete that position and get rid of it, as well as these call-out payments. I was provided a email trail, and it was in reference to these call-outs, and I received some time cards, and I'm not attacking anyone here. Angie received call-out time when she was on a cruise. I just find that so hard to believe that she would be all the way out on a cruise, and then I call the city hall at 8 o'clock at night, and she's gonna answer the phone and talk to me. And if that's true, then we need to change that policy. So there's no reason for an emergency. If a fire is broken out, you don't call city hall. If someone got shot, you don't call city hall. If a tree falls down, even then, I don't even know why you would call city hall in the middle of the night. I can see if the water line broke, that makes sense, and you have your utility director, whoever he is, phone number attached to your message when I call in. If you have an emergency with the water line, call this number. We're closed for everything else is emergency, call the police or the fire department. I don't see why, it's a way that we could save some money is to cut back on all those call out times.
Thank you. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor?
Well, can we discuss a little bit more? I kind of tend to agree with her on that, because how many staff members, like in Public Works, we have now?
We have 3.
3. That's including Scott. That's 3. Okay, plus right, because he's come out of a different fund. So, because I understand what she's saying. I know even with us giving up half of our salary, it's really not going to help. It's a drop in the bucket. With the call outs, how many hours and maybe how much are we paying extra for that kind of stuff? Huh? Maybe we need to come up with those figures and see how much more we spending with the call outs and stuff and see how we can narrow down on those. I tend to agree with Karen on that.
Right. The
But
other
we can
component
go
of
to a
that is
vote.
to review flexible scheduling if you're gonna do less call-outs. So I'm not trying to micromanage, but that's for her to bring back to us and determine if there's
Okay,
savings.
yeah, yeah. We can talk about that later, or you can look into that, Deanna, because yeah, flexible scheduling, maybe, that may be a good thing that we can look into, where we won't have
Call-outs include
so
opening,
many
closing
call-outs,
bathrooms,
because, yeah, we need to look at the bigger picture, what's gonna really help our
All
budget.
right.
So I
Are
agree
we
with
talking about
that.
all employees or just Scott or?
Call-out
No,
system, I think
who's
is what I'm
like,
saying.
yeah, the call-out system altogether,
You just
yeah.
want to know the total call-out pay and then,
Any suggestions that you might have?
okay.
Yeah, that way we can kind of get around some of that,
To
to
support
narrow
you
down.
If it
Yeah.
introduces flexible scheduling.
Right, to narrow down on some of that. That will probably help us more with the budget.
Okay. Anything specific to the motion on the floor before we go to a vote? The motion on the floor is to reduce our salaries. $250 through the calendar year. Hearing that,
It's not gonna do any good.
excuse me?
It's really not a help. I mean, is it? Would that be a
It's a
big help?
contribution to the city more than what's being done now.
Would it be, is that a big help though?
I applaud you all for considering that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a help, everything's a help.
Everything is a
but-
help at this point. no
But I
matter-
mean, to cut our salaries at this point, is that a big help to us, or is it?
It, well, it
If we-
lowers your, how much tax we have
That's
to pay.
$15,000 a year.
And
Right.
it lowers the pension contribution, so it's multiple facets.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I would agree with that then,
And
for the
And as I
system.
queried early on, is that
It's a
pension
drop-
plan payment, and that's substantial. We knew that that was when we said we elected it 5 years ago or 6 years ago. Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of reducing the commission salaries through the rest of the calendar year to $250 a month, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign, motion carries 5-0. And then just bring back information for us on the call-out component and any plans you might have in your report next month for that. So was there anything else, Commissioner White?
Yes, there was. We discussed, putting a freeze on any more hiring,
Any more what, hiring?
unless someone quits, and don't be surprised if that don't happen. Put a freeze on any hiring unless someone quits and she feels that she has to fill a position.
Okay. Before we go to motion on that, my consideration on that is that you have two essential positions that have to be advertised and considered. And you're either considering it now, or you're gonna wait till December, when the interim manager's contract comes before us again, or in November when we have to consider it. So I don't agree with freezing positions, especially in storm season and things like that, but essentially because of the two critical positions that we need to advertise for. So I'm putting it out there. I don't agree with that.
You don't do it now, later. What do you, that's.
I mean, if it's for discussion, I mean, because you've got an accountant,
It was put out there just to say, hey, this will help.
Microphone?
I don't know why nobody's listening.
I mean, that's my position. I'm sorry for y'all to consider or think I'm putting a mandate out or whatever, but we've passed it up once this year to consider those critical, essential positions for permanency for the recovery of this city and get stabilization and assistance to our current staff that are working so diligently, so.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Where would the money come from to hire a whole city manager plus? But you already know my feeling on the current accounting person. I'm not replacing them. But as far as the city manager, we don't have the
I
money.
guess, Ms.
That's why I
Altop,
sent the
I
email
feel
this
it's
morning.
my due diligence up here to have a vision and a plan for where we want to be, not just 6 months from now, but a year, 2 years. If we felt that way, then why are we continuing with a wastewater project? Why are we considering anything moving forward? So, again, I think it's a necessity for these critical essential positions to be advertised and replaced.
So we're gonna discuss that now?
I thought it was discussion.
It's
I mean,
on here.
well, and
I'm good with that, I mean,
because you're bringing up on the table a freeze, and I just said I disagree
I
with
just
that.
brought
based-
it up,
and
there's no
She
motion.
brought it up before tonight. That was,
Yeah,
that
I
was
just
one of
saying,
the-
that's what-
and I'm just
one
saying,
of the things we
The
discussed.
position I'm bringing up on the table is because of the essential two critical positions that either we advertised for in February, March, and it was denied, or now it's back in May and June and we're there again.
Well,
And
since the city manager has no say-so in who they hire as the city manager,
They
that's left to us. We would be the one, didn't say anything about not hiring a city manager or hiring a city manager. I
okay,
said,
let me get clarification from legal. Would that include the vacant position of accountant specialist and city manager, permanent city manager? Based on this exercise, if we were to say.
you don't have to go into it, you do not,
hiring
I'll
freeze?
send my idea.
The hiring freeze would account for
Any vacancies.
any vacancy. I mean, it depends on how you phrase it, but generally speaking, it would be vacancies that Deanna fills, not generally your charter officer positions. But, I mean, you could phrase it to be both if you wanted, or just one, or just the other.
Draw it, y'all, don't even think about it.
You're too funny.
And I guess, I know you were talking, but the other
I'm
consideration.
not even thinking about it.
Okay, good. I'm just trying to justify the discussion that was brought up, Commissioner White. We've got a budget decision to make about the vacancy that was brought up to our attention, but if the interim city manager felt that needed to be replaced, then we had a freeze, then I guess you could approach us and ask us to take the freeze off of that position, but.
she could.
Okay. Any,
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna ask the same question that was just asked. Where are we gonna get the money from to pay them at this point?
There we go.
Somebody answered that for me, did I?
Our 250.
I mean, I don't know where.
I mean, where we gonna get it from? I just gave her half my salary and that ain't gonna
Where are
pay
we
her.
gonna get it for one person,
Correct.
not two? I mean, we can think, we can think about a year down the road. But you better think about today. You've been told we do not have any money and we're working, she's doing everything she can, we're doing everything we can to, get some money.
Right.
And we're gonna put out for a manager and I don't know what caliber of manager we'd get that's gonna be what we got, knowing that tomorrow you may have a job, but next week you may not.
I think we just lost one public works person behind that, didn't we? The part-time person that we had. Not sure if they're gonna get paid.
okay, any other discussions regarding reductions?
Reductions, no.
Or elimination?
No, but there was something else on here, and that was about us harvesting the pines.
Was what?
Harvesting the pines over on the Helpland property, right? So did we get any?
My office still needs to, I still haven't found out if there's a restrictive covenant.
It's an opportunity, but not sure whether we can do it or not. But could you bring that information back to us then? There's an opportunity. Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner White. Okay. Anything else? Okay, moving on. Discussion on posting for the permanent city manager and accounting positions. This was me just requesting that we go into advertising for those two positions, knowing that it's going to take over 6 months for at least the permanent manager consideration with the interview process and interviewing with their interim manager and citizens. And I make that motion that we entertain the advertising for those two positions at this time. And expense the necessary expense with as much frugality as we can to advertise for it. League of Cities.
All right. So we have had a motion. Is there a second or no? All right, motion dies. I don't know if there's another one.
Not for that to die, no.
Well, we didn't
New
have a
business,
motion.
letter to the USDA. Motion dies for lack of a second. New business, letter to the USDA. I think you answered that. It wasn't done yet, earlier from the citizen.
Wait. You skipped number 6 on old business. Resolution number 2025-18.
Sorry.
You can give me just 1 second, because I sent that updated one to Deanna a little bit ago, so let me pull that up. Right, this is a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving the agreement to the general fund loan between the City of Archer and Alachua County, authorizing the appropriate city staff or officials to execute the agreement, providing that the City of Archer will accept the responsibilities outlined in the attached agreement, repealing all resolutions in conflict, and establishing effective date. Mr. Mayor, this is the resolution that accompanies the attached agreement, which is the agreement that we've come to with Alachua County. As everyone is aware, on the 27th of last month, we requested a short-term loan from the county. They agreed in the amount of approximately $68,000, which is the amount that we are able to be reimbursed by the Swanee River Water Management District for our water projects.
Okay.
So that is the agreement that you see before you. The interest rate and all the other terms are set forth, but it's about a 4.5% interest rate calculated on a daily basis with a maturity date in approximately 6 weeks from the time that we are provided the funds.
Okay.
I will make a motion to adopt resolution number 2025-18.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second adopting the resolution. County for the loan. Any further discussion? The one Scrivener correction of Bradford County was removed, right? Thank you.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Any discussion from the constituents in the audience regarding?
Hello, Gene Arnold. That 6-week timeline, again, from what we heard from Kimley Horn, which is why I was so passionate, involves them doing something, right? You take the money and they've got to submit. Am I mistaken on that? Within a certain timeline, not quarterly?
So not on this one. So the $68,000, what we have, and I apologize, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
This is for our water project, not our wastewater project. So this one is, we have the invoices from Kimley Horn. We need to pay the invoices. Then we submit those paid invoices to Swanee River Water Management District, and then they reimburse us. So there's nothing that Kimley Horn needs to do other than be paid.
There's not a plan that they did or anything?
None of those things that we have for the water project. To get reimbursed that $68,000, Kimley Horn doesn't need to do anything other than acknowledge that we've paid those invoices that we will pay with the $68,000.
When we paid Kimley Horn, did they give us the design? What was that money for?
It was an assessment project.
I'm not 100% familiar with the exact deliverables. The invoices itemize the deliverables. Our contract with Kimley Horn is such that when we pay all of the outstanding invoices, not a per project contract. So when we pay our outstanding invoices with them in whole is when we receive their files. That's what our contract says.
Which is the assessment of the water task that they did for us.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how we got into a contract where we have to pay for everything, every grant.
To receive
It's
the
not individualized. I mean, the little bit that I looked at looked like they had different grants and different things. But, okay, thank you.
sir. All right, anyone else? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign, motion carries 5-0. Now, letter to the USDA, first new business item. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Altop?
Yes, sir. Rebecca Manning called Thursday and said that she needed a letter if we wanted to move forward with, which I know you guys were talking about a long-term plan, but they need to change the grant language to state that the community centers no longer has community program on a consistent basis at the center, and that we want to use it for our Archer City Hall. So she requested that letter so they can forward that to the state to get the language changed and the use changed, so.
Yes, it has
if we're-
multi-uses, multi-purpose uses. I mean, because it still could be a facility, but, I mean, based on our
Yeah,
design.
we just need, and we need to clarify.
The plan.
And justify why. So
Why.
I gave her why, so she understands,
But she
they
wants it
just
in
need all
writing.
that in writing.
Okay.
So if we wanna do that now or wait, I would prefer we do it now, that way we know the
Mm-hmm.
state's gonna say yes or no. She told me it doesn't matter to them, they just have to do the appropriate paperwork, so everything's in
And have the
order.
documentation in hand in writing.
Correct, but if you guys wanna wait, if we're talking about long-term plan, just know we'll have to do that stuff first before we can.
Do you feel comfortable in that letter, or you get legal assistance with
I had asked legal to help, but I
help?
know they're
Okay, I
extremely
mean,
busy.
not
but-
that you can't do it, but I just, based on the parameters of what we're trying to do and make it multi-use instead of just
So if you
single.
guys wanna wait, it's up to you.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the dais to consider now?
Well, let's move forward with it. Let's go and see.
Good. I hear a motion to proceed forward with the
moved.
letter. Okay, I have a
Second.
motion from Commissioner White, a second from Vice Mayor to proceed forward with the new plans for the use of the Archer Community Center. Is that what I hear is the motion? Any discussion? From the dais, any discussion from the constituents in the audience? It's part of our plan, long-term plan possibly. Okay, hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to draft and present the letter to the USDA on its purpose as the Archer Community Center for multipurpose in the future, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Will you apprise us of that letter, or you think it'll be the next meeting before it's completed? Probably for July.
I mean, you've approved, I mean, I think what I heard is for us to go ahead and send the letter, so I know it needs to be in it. We'll just go ahead and send it.
Do it and then holler from you to sign or whatever. Okay. Thank you. All right. Schedule budget workshop dates. Do you have any preliminary dates to consider, for us to consider? For at least the first workshop?
I didn't, no, sir, because I know Dallas is gonna be back June
On June-
26th.
June what?
June 26th, he'll be in the office for a little while, so then you guys will have to approve stuff again, this course as well, but.
What's the pleasure of this group for us to get a first workshop together? And workshop is just for discussion and items and things that's been brought to us and what, for a list of things that we want to try to address.
When is the first meeting in July? It's 14. June 14. So.
The 28th?
Huh?
The 28th?
No, July's too late.
So in July.
Is that a good July? Huh?
Not if we work with first of July.
And you said Dallas will be in on the 26th is an actual physical day here, Deanna.
He'll be here to speak, to talk with us, probably to see how we're doing.
That's a
where
Friday
we're
or something?
going.
Is that his open Friday?
Thursday. yes,
Thursday,
sir.
the 26th. But I mean, just as a courtesy to him, if he knows that our workshop is then coming right up after that, he might give some information or whatever.
Yes, sir.
As well as what our volunteers are providing for consideration.
You got June 30th.
That's too late.
Soon.
That's
Too late?
June 30th. I
Yeah, I
thought you
said
said
June.
July 30th. I'm sorry.
Cause you wanted after Dallas come through, right?
That gives him at
Right.
least
So he'll
knowledge
be
that
on
we're
the
gonna meet
26th.
on the July 1st is what day, a Monday or a Tuesday?
June's, he'll be here 26th, so I was looking at June 30th, that following Monday.
But I didn't hear you, Vice
First
Mayor.
of July? Oh,
July 1st is a Tuesday.
that's
I
fine.
think July 7th.
No, she was asking what's wrong with the first,
Oh, the
right?
first?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. I don't have a right.
Tuesday the 1st, is that what I hear? Is a consideration?
I don't know, did y'all say the first is good for y'all?
Oh, I'm fine with the first, that's fine.
Commissioner White, you're okay with July 1st for the first workshop? Okay. Vice Mayor, are you available? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Penny, you said okay, July 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have
Commissioner Green, you
Yes.
okay with July 1st? Okay, I'm certainly here at the chambers. What time, 6:30? 6:30 is more convenient for everyone, or 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock is good.
Six for everybody?
Meetings to me, or y'all prefer 6? I'm good either way. I just say
Okay.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. First workshop is planned, thank you.
So are we only doing one date? We're only looking at one date or more?
I feel we should, because we always try to do all the dates. And I think we should, the first workshop date, then we have our meeting and we determine the second workshop and have the discussion from everything from the first workshop. And any additional information that's provided for budget preparation at that point.
That's all, okay, so we're talking about budget workshop, correct?
Yes, sir, budget workshop and preparing for a balanced budget. And any and all information in the workshop, just for gathering information for discussion. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Fiore.
Karen, so you're already on a timeline right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Every day you have to make a decision, and Deanna has to go into the system and say what your max millage and everything is going to be. So I recommend when you come to that July 1st, not sit up here and say, okay, what are we going to do for this?
Yep.
Lights this year, you need to have something in front of you
preliminary.
that you've already reviewed, and you look at it and say, okay, based on these revenue projections, which you should already have that in front of you, because you have actuals for 25, and you know what 24 was, and it's already on Flare. You can look any single day of the year. You should have all that and make decisions from a document, not sit up here, in my opinion, and try to say, well, how much are we gonna spend on shirts this year, or how much, it's too late at that point, because then you're not coming back to a second workshop. I don't even see how you'd be able to even come up with what millage max you would want at that point. You should come into it knowing to tell Deanna when she does her online work that put it in at the max millage we're gonna go up, I'm making this up, is 5. It shouldn't be left to Deanna to determine that without you as a commission
Putting her
telling
input.
her and advising her. And she's on a countdown right now, so
Thank you. Can you reach out to Dallas Lee and see if he can avail himself any sooner than the 26th for assistance? Because I saw July 15th, and I guess maybe he's going to be on vacation or something.
He's going to a conference.
Okay.
FGOI. I'm not gonna say the initials right. That's the little bit of a delay.
That's the
not
gap
delay, but
between the
that-
15th and the 26th?
Yes,
He's going to be
sir.
gone that entire time, or?
I believe so. I just talked to him by text, I think, Thursday last week.
He told me that he told me that the city manager would not take his position until next week. Next week, I believe.
Who would not?
Jordan
He
Martin.
already is the city manager.
He understands that. He's not coming in to take, he wanted to finish the school year out with the kids. They just finished their trip to Washington, and that thing's loud.
He's
They
been on a
just
trip.
finished, so And then he wants to have a week or two with Jordan to try to, bring him up to date.
Yeah, I just know he's acting as the city manager because he was in the commission meeting on the 27th, so. Would you avail yourself to having assistance if that was something that was proposed? To bring this information that's critical to us?
You're talking about the numbers Karen was just talking about?
A contractor assistant to assist you, to bring additional information to us. Yep. Since we're not paying, what is the assistant? Her last day was the,
Amanda?
he's not coming on board to pay $1 until the 26th of June, and we're meeting 4 days later for our first workshop with critical information that we need to have in front of us. Because his assistant can't assist anymore, correct, at all?
Oh, Amanda?
Amanda,
No, she's spending the summer with her son.
right. I mean, none of my business, but I mean, from what I understood from your dialogue about her, she's gone. Her last day was whatever it was. So,
Yes.
for whatever reason, none of my business, but you just shared it. But so we don't have her. So I'm just saying, would you entertain having assistance in a contract basis if it was proposed?
Can I, right now, the answer is no, but may I think about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Because we cannot wait until September to be trying to finish a budget. Okay. We'll consider the second when we meet on the first, when we'll have our second workshop with any available information. Tabling then item 3 until next month, right? The interim city manager, per request of the legal. Quote from Core and Maine for housing assemblies. Agenda item 4.
Yes, Mayor Hope. As you know, we've had many meter lid reports and so forth that Public Works has been doing the past several years. So the component we're missing is the housing assembly that holds the sensor. So we need about 100 of them. So as you see, it's $1,804 a piece, so it's $1,804. So I'm just bringing it, if you guys want to approve that expense right now, I don't know when Public Works will work in getting that done, but we'll do our best to work them in if you're going to approve the expense to go out to, each lid and box, each lid, excuse me.
So the purchase is one thing, acquiring them is a second, and then third is installation, which, do we even have an idea how long it's going to take Public Works to install them? Have they given you any information?
I know when I asked one of them, they said it shouldn't take more than 5 minutes each, but I think it shouldn't is a good term.
Shouldn't,
Because each
wouldn't,
one
couldn't,
could
yeah.
be different, you know what I mean? So,
Is there any way that, again, I'm just asking a question, is there any way to order a smaller order of them, or it's a different pricing on the different, just to
I'd
see?
have to ask. Somebody got the quote for me.
That was a quote for the
Delegate out,
total
yes.
thing.
Yeah, for all, what we need to do, all of them that are out there, but I can, of course, we can ask. Yes, sir.
Again, I'm not,
She said someone got her.
No, a staff member got it for me. I delegated.
total
out
need
so they
is
have that.
100, but if we ordered 20, got them in, they installed those, and we'd know exactly what it's taking to whether we're gonna spend $1,800 or just $180 or $200. That's what I'm proposing, if it could be broken into a smaller component at the same price. And just bring that information back to us.
And did the water meter lids make a difference as far as
Accuracy, yeah.
accuracy and also, leaks? Does it make a difference as far as the customer?
It shouldn't, no, because if they can't touch it, then they gotta open the lid to read the numbers for the meter. So, no, it's just, sometimes they don't look the best when they're cracked
So
or,
that's what it's for, is so they can touch the meter?
Use the meter component that we just spent the other money on to replace the other part.
Which, he wasn't saying that it was more precise. No, it took
No.
less time, only one person had to do it.
Do it.
Yeah.
So maybe, I mean, my recommendation, again, by consensus, or unless you don't want to do it, is just look at, we can have a smaller order, 20 even, that would be $360 versus almost 2,000. Bring those in, get them, make sure the 5 minutes per unit is viable, and you bring that back to us, and then we could decide whether we want to spend the other $1,500 for the remaining 80 that we need, or whatever. It's,
Do you need the quote to come back for the 20, or somebody approving us to go ahead and purchase
no, that'd be
the
within
20
your,
if they're 18
that would be
or more?
within your limit of authority to go
It
ahead.
is, but the citizen specifically has been asking for this quite a bit, so that's why I brought it to you guys to see if you wanted to approve the expense. But yes, I can order 20, I'm just making sure.
Is that-
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Oh, ma'am,
I say I would make a motion to approve it.
to approve all 100 or the 20?
The 100, but if you can,
Order
if
them.
you want to do 20 at the
At a time.
time, then, yeah, I think that's doable
That's
too.
being
We can-
safe.
We can
and
do
we can-
that,
you can
yeah,
stop
then
at
get,
any time.
Unless the order 20 is gonna be like 30 or 40.
Yeah, if it increases the
Right,
price, that's
right.
not economically sensible.
I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
Darren, I see your staff recommendations is saying you all are not recommending it. Is this something that's needed right now, or is it?
They're having to take the lid off to use the wand that we just spent $2,800 on. Because the wand won't work unless that little component is replaced on 100 of those.
According to Justin, and Justin's in there, but some of the lids
Oh, broken.
are, some of the lids are old, and where did you go? Mr. Arnold was in there. And they're metal, and it won't read through them. So they have to get out, lift the lid.
Lift the lid.
And
then read them.
And then properly put it back, so
I
it's
got
time consuming. So,
I mean, I don't think 100's needed at the moment. I would like to try what Mayor
But if you
Hope
did it in components of
suggested.
20, then we're being frugal with expenses on a day-to-day basis. Okay.
I'm good with
We're,
that too.
by consensus, we're okay with that?
Yep.
Vice Mayor?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Splash pad repairs, we already talked about the plan and what we're doing with that. Okay, we're down to reports, correspondence, and communication. The recreation report is submitted for us. Any questions? Thank you very much for having that presented to us. Other than the clarification on job description and parks versus park, and making sure the staff person's comfortable with that. Okay. And the consideration for, on-calls and flexible scheduling, and what other alternatives that you might be able to present and direct staff with. Okay.
So my report, it just has the list for Public Works. I was just letting everybody know that the reconciling, I believe Karen said the same thing, or somebody did, that all of fiscal year 23-24 is done. Excuse me. Justin's currently on general fund. It's gonna start November. General fund takes way longer than water fund. I do anticipate when Dallas gets back, I think that'll be done, because we have 2 people working on it. So Justin's been working very hard on it. I wanted to add this in because sometimes when you see in numbers how much experience our staff has, it hits a little bit harder than we just have 6 people. So between the 6 of us, we have 62 years of work in the city limits of at the city. That's a lot. And then the number's actually probably higher, but just between those of us that have worked quite along, we have 113 years of experience. So I just putting it out there. We have people that have a lot of experience that work here currently. And then I don't really want to go over this unless you want me to, just about what staff is looking for assistance with. But I do want to put out there, like what Mrs. Skinner said and other people, if you want to have something specific that you want to help with, just come talk to me and let's see what we can work out. Or call me or whatever. I'm not denying any help. I just want to make that clear. But there's specific things, and especially when it comes to finance, we already have 4 people in the finance trying to get it settled. And I just think bringing one more person in, and this is my opinion, and also other staff in the office, I think something possibly could get lost, and we're just trying to keep everybody doing exactly the same thing. That's how I'm looking at it. 4 people is quite a few already to have on our finances to try to get them straight, but I just want to see how far we can get and get when Dallas returns and get it turned around.
I'd like to ask a question. You said that we've reconciled fiscal year 23, 24 of both,
Yes.
both
yes.
general and water
Correct.
and enterprise funds.
Correct. And the figures are really bad, so when I have a spare time, I'm trying to go through and the QuickBooks and other things to see why, because some stuff just doesn't make sense, the numbers, so I've been able to fix
Before we input them or release them into the Edmunds system. Is
Right,
that what
and
you're
we
doing?
need our audit to, as well, so like when Mrs. Skinner talked about filing, that is something that we would probably need some assistance on, so.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. But the actual checking and balancing, that's just you doing that once it's reconciled? You're the person doing that, correct?
Yes, yes, when they're done with the then they show me, you know, the things that Dallas showed them to do, you know, ending balance, beginning balance,
Right.
and if we're off.
Any
like-
discrepancies, then that's when you have
Correct,
to go
there's a certain
hunting.
amount that we can just go ahead and go through, and some you have to sit and figure out where the money's off.
While Justin's still reconciling the next month, correct? And-
Correct.
And it's you right now, only.
Correct.
With all the
Oh,
other
I'm
stuff.
not, no, I'm not, let me clarify.
Yeah.
I'm not re-reconciling anything. All I'm doing is,
Looking for discrepancies that are brought to you.
right,
with that.
right, yes, or he'll ask me, where does this go, where do you think, blah, blah,
And
blah,
that's where
blah.
the Easter egg hunt goes, trying to find where that is.
Correct.
Or not.
Correct.
Which is an inordinate amount of time, interrupting your other standard things we give you and everybody else gives you. Okay,
Right,
okay.
but it's mostly just looking at the balances. Cause you know, your end has to be your next one, so you just gotta look.
And all of that is proprietary and in the screens, correct? Or is it going through
What do you
filing?
say in the screen, say that one more time.
When you're looking at the discrepancies?
No, I have printed out papers, like I have the bank statements, and then I have the documents that go
And
behind
that's where
it.
you're looking for the discrepancies through,
Well, there shouldn't be discrepancies, because I can't reconcile if there are any. I'm not understanding what you're asking me.
I'm asking you, what is your method after it's reconciled? Is it prepared to go to profit and loss then?
Oh, he's already inputting it in.
Inputting it.
Yes.
And he's putting it in QuickBooks or he's putting it in Edmunds?
Putting it in QuickBooks, everything has to be completely put in QuickBooks where we can.
And then transfer it and move it to Edmunds?
Correct. So we're going to do payroll first, but he has to stop and update the admin system with all of our payroll, and so once that gets done, then we're gonna move payroll into Edmunds.
Okay, and again, just question, so the Doge report that was submitted was,
It's all wrong, yes, that's why I put the thing on there that we weren't done yet, you know, especially 24, 25 hadn't even been touched, as far as not touched, let me rephrase that. We put in as much as we possibly could, but there's just so much that wasn't entered, so that's what we're trying to get through now.
is looking at that Doge document and where the discrepancies are.
No, we're not looking at Doge at all. We're looking at what's in QuickBooks compared to our bank statements. The bank statements is how they taught us to reconcile.
That was created for the Doge document, because that document looks familiar, so that's out of
It was
QuickBooks.
it was printed out of QuickBooks
Right.
as to how the numbers, what was in there is what got sent to Doge. Well, that's why I put the explanation that we realize they're unaudited, unreconciled figures. So I haven't heard anything from Doge. I think I seen an email about that.
Yeah, I'm not asking because I'm concerned, I'm concerned about that document, and then who's looking at those areas besides you right now and where those are. You're using that tool as, hey, that's not right, and that format that's produced as a profit and loss, correct, in QuickBooks?
Correct.
And that's only you doing that, correct?
Correct, but there's not that many, like for, like zoning verification, I'm just trying to think of what it was.
Right.
Was like at $25,000, I knew that wasn't right, it just needed to go to a different drop line, pick line, whatever you wanna call it. So you just transfer it over is all. It's just putting the money where it's supposed to be
Okay.
is all.
But you're the only one doing that, right? I mean,
Yes.
the only one available to be doing that right now. Okay. Hey. Anything else? Okay. Attorney report? Yes, ma'am.
So obviously there's a lot going on, always at all times. One of the things that we have a little bit of update on for you is the Thickets property. We did file a case. The owner of that property has retained an attorney. They will be obviously contesting the case, so it will be longer than if it were not contested. They have made an offer to us regarding what they would like to do to clean up the property, and they would like some of the fines to be waived in exchange. We have obviously not agreed to anything, and what we would like to do, and we'll be reaching out to you all to get scheduled, is have a shade meeting. To anyone who has not experienced a shade meeting before, essentially what that is a not right now public meeting that will become public later. So is a court reporter that has to be there. The entire meeting is transcribed. You can't take any action at that meeting. It's just to give your attorneys a sense of where, we're sort of get some litigation strategy together. If settlement is something that we're interested in and that kind of thing. And then if we need to make a determination from there or make motions, then we can do that after we adjourn the meeting. So I'll give you a lot more information on that as it comes up, but that's sort of the next step in that process to get from you all a sense of where you want us to go and some direction on that front.
Jay.
Anything else? That's all for tonight? Thank you. Okay. Commissioner reports. Commissioner Penny, anything to report? Anything exciting, paparazzi-wise, photography-wise?
I'm trying to think that I went somewhere this summer.
When is the health fair?
August the 2nd.
August 2nd.
Good to know.
Dang, I did go somewhere.
You saw me somewhere. 5th grade graduation, Archer Elementary School. Weren't you there? I thought I saw you there.
I did go to my niece's graduation.
Yes, I saw you too. Yeah, I thought I saw both of y'all there. At Oakview Middle School on the 30th.
Nearly 10. And she did graduate 14th in her class, I want you to know. Got a scholarship to some school in Jacksonville.
Oh, awesome.
I ain't there, that's my baby. Wait, I went somewhere. And I bought a ticket to something else that I'm not going to, so I'll get that to Sunday.
We all attended Miss Lisa Jenkins' thing.
Yes, I went to that. I went to Queen Lizzie, up to the depot. That's all. I can't think of it.
That was the that was the Rosewood Foundation fundraiser. We over there.
Say for me, the Gussie, Maholta Gussie.
Maholta Gussie Brown
yes,
Carrier
yes.
birthday and
Yeah, which
Rosewood
was awesome.
Foundation
It was very
fundraiser.
nice. Very, very
Nice sweet potato pies for sure. I bought 3 of them, I think. Okay, that's all. Commissioner Penny?
I don't know.
All right, you can come back to you. Commissioner Green?
That's where I went to.
Yes, ma'am? Okay.
Ditto.
Okay. Anything else? No?
I
Okay.
did do her podcast too.
Oh, good. Hope it was positive. All right. Commissioner White? No report? No? Okay. Vice Mayor?
No report. I did go to the Rosewood
ma'am.
program on
You were in the front row.
May 25th. I also attended a Children's Trust and County meeting at the beginning of May. And it was a lot of good information for that. And I'm also going to say, very disappointed with you, Mayor, tonight. don't ever use hearsay and what other people tell you about Facebook to try to check me or to say something about me. The context in which my conversation with Mr. Lewandowski was in is totally different than what we're doing here on the dais. So from this point on, let that be your last time. I'm really ready at this point to nominate someone else as mayor, because it seems as though you will sit here and you think that it's okay to talk to any of us any way that you please, and we're supposed to accept it. That's not okay. That's not okay. And so that needs to stop now, period, point blank. That's all I have to say.
And I agree.
Duly noted, ladies, duly noted.
I feel like we talked through us, over us. I can't get a word in edgewise without you interrupting me. Every time. And I feel like you've taken a lot upon yourself, just like walking out of that meeting last month. And my understanding is Ms. Fiore was doing a budget at your beckoning. It didn't come before us. I have no
I
problem.
asked her to give me any and all information, and she has done that as a volunteer. Yes,
We
ma'am.
were told, yes, that it was at your beckoning. I kind of feel
Not
like
beckoning.
if you want us to act as a board, then we ought to all be in agreement. And if a decision's made, it not by the mayor, but by 5
And
commissioners.
it has been for the last 6 months. If you count the number of denials on any motion that I made, ma'am. So, anything
I don't know.
else,
I got a
Vice
call
Mayor?
from, I don't know. I got another call from Jordan a few days ago about a letter that was sent to him that you asked about, and I called the city to find out about it and found out, oh, well, Mayor Hope must have asked to have that letter sent to
send to
him.
who?
To Newberry, to Marlowe. So the point is, people
I'd like that
still call.
disclosed on public record if there's some letter that's supposedly come.
People still call us, and it is things that are being done, and we don't know about it until after it's done.
Well, I'd like
So
that
I do
disclosed
agree.
publicly if you would, if you're saying that. If there's a letter, please present it to me.
I don't have the letter. He called me.
Oh, that was hearsay, like the ambush.
No, that was, no, because he said that. He totally said it. As a matter of fact, it's on my phone, so you can see that he sent that message to me.
Well,
So I don't have a reason to sit here and make up anything.
I sure didn't make up about the ambush, and he's denying that he said it.
He said it.
Okay, and I can assure you on record, when I attended that meeting, as was disclosed by a citizen this evening, that it was a very,
I watched it.
After the fact, he said you.
and I had handshaking with all of the commissioners, thanking me for asking for their participation, and they look forward to meeting with us regarding a regional wastewater plan. And if that's harmful, then I beg your apologies.
Harmful. What's harmful?
Is that I represent the city of Archer, and that I don't do things behind closed doors, as I was told that would be, as I was told that was the best way to do it, is a one-on-one, and I don't do things like that. I said, well, full transparency. Yes, ma'am. And if there's some letter out there, I would really like to see that.
Well, I'd like to know just when the rest of us aren't transparent.
When what?
The rest of us aren't transparent. Let's get this out on the
Apparently
table.
so, with all the texting and information not being disclosed.
I don't have a phone in my
This is
I don't
text
either.
from Jordan Marlowe.
What does that have to do with about this evening and the progression we've made since then?
You talking about text. The only text I have is about Jordan Marlowe, because you say it was hearsay. It's not hearsay. It's what he said. Continue.
My thing is, you are abusing your position, and
Yes, ma'am.
yes,
Okay.
and I am on record with that, so we can move on.
I agree.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that feedback. I'm glad I was under evaluation this evening instead of our interim city manager.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't need it.
Okay, all I have to report is I did attend and chair the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council on 5/22. I attended and participated in the Archer Elementary School 5th grade graduation and assured the representation of the $1,000 scholarship for the recognized person, Miss Aurora Hanson, was recognized and had a heartfelt thank you from the Archer Elementary School regarding that. I committed that I would see what I could continue in my personal, I guess, one-man band, since I'm that aura with all of my constituents up here, what we could raise so it'd be a net zero to the city of Archer. Thus far, I've gotten $600 in donations. They're being held until we have some special account to put that in, was a request. And also our protocol on how that's disseminated, and I don't think we have that on record. Because we've had conversation and discussion from the dais up here that it's been going on for many, many years. According to Ms. Hartwell, she has a record of 3 years since 2023 that we've done that. If there's other records, it's on the...
Scholarship?
Yes, ma'am. 2023, 2024, and 24-25. I have it, I'm sorry, I'm not making this stuff up. It's right here. So she does not have, let me finish, please, since I just make up stuff and try to do a one-man band and, you know, I'm just doing my homework. Well, I mean, you've got me on edge now, what I can speak and not speak to. But
Say what you say.
poor thing, ain't that, you know, you can get me out of here.
Y'all need to stop.
If there are other records on file, it is on the onerous responsibility of the city of Archer, whether that's a volunteer that assists you looking for those records, or we approach the county for our responsibility. But at this point, we have 3 years of records of $1,000 scholarships, of which I have acquired $600, and they're asking that when that's receipted to the city of Archer, that a special interest-bearing account is, that's put into, since it's not going to be disseminated for the 22-23 year, for 7 years from that point. 2030 would be the first time we would draw out of that. The other concern from those that I'm just recruiting to consider a donation would be, well, how does that work? What do they have to do? And if we do not have a protocol for that, I'm asking legal or us to do it at least by the first workshop and discussions about what are the parameters for that if we don't have it. And Commissioner White, I am looking to you if you know of any document of such, because
We did that last year.
I'm sorry,
It's with Santa Fe Community College.
it's what?
It is with Santa Fe, it's the Santa Fe Archer Endowment Scholarship. And it's was through Santa Fe Community College.
Okay.
However, they ran out of funding and we had to do it ourselves. And I don't know how they ran out of funding, but that was what she
And
told
that
us.
brings me to my next conjecture, is that Professor Brenna Braley, working with Santa Fe, and our church, as a ruling elder, asked if this was through some authority through the Santa Fe Foundation.
Harvey Sharon.
And she says it's no longer.
No.
And so that brings me full circle to what I'm saying. We have to establish our own protocol. There is no Santa Fe Foundation for us to tap into with the parameters for it. If we want to ask what they used and use that as a template, I'm suggesting we do that and adopt that through resolution or whatever, so we have the directions, because the recipient this year has already asked their parents, how do we get this?
If I'm not mistaken, and Miss Costello's not here tonight, but her son was a recipient of one of those.
She's already told me that, Ms. Costello's.
And there's records someplace.
That's
Yeah,
great
but
to
we
present that to me, but I'm saying Ms. Hartwell said there's nothing in that school that holds those records. So therefore, if it's something through the county or something through Santa Fe, we need to entertain that to find those records, to find out how much indebtedness we have.
I thought we did that last year.
I may have some
Before
there,
last.
let me look, because
Yeah.
like, Vice Mayor saying, we did talk about this. We had to get documents, and we spent quite a bit of time on
Correct.
it. So let me see if I can find it. I should have scanned it. I tried to scan absolutely everything.
Because I am,
I know what you're talking about.
I am getting contributions, and I would like to know that it's in a special account if it's something we now have the onerous responsibility for, because we don't utilize the Santa Fe Foundation, is all I'm saying, ladies. And that's the requirement with the monies that I've had pledged thus far, is they're gonna release it when they know that there's an open account for it. And it's only $600, but it's a pittance towards the $1,000 indebtedness we thought we were gonna have, as I try to go to net zero. And I still challenge everybody to reach out to their churches, especially we have more information to share about how this works, and see if we have contributions. Not looking to you, I'm just saying, it's the first avenue when you get questioned, well, how does this work, or whatever. If we don't have that document, then we need to at this point. It's not as easy as just putting it on Santa Fe Foundation when it's no longer. Sorry, Commissioner White. I also attended and was asked to participate in the Newberry High School graduating class, and was asked to represent just Archer and all the graduating seniors, and attended that, and next to Mr. Jordan Marlowe and his administrative staff, and enjoyed that on graduation on 6/2. And then I did, he's gone, but he wanted to know what discussions there were with the Newberry Commission, and I listened and I just watched in attendance, and was very, very interested in their urgency with looking at their plans that aren't up to date on their development, long-term development plans. And so that's why it was listed in the document that I presented to y'all as just a possible outline for consideration for advisory committees or whatever, because their commission is reaching out to their boards or whatever, and any assistance from management on that. And the only other request I have, just, it's not report-based, but it is a request, since we had Waste Pro, and this is almost 2 months ago now, Waste Pro sponsor our League of Cities hosting of the meeting 2 months ago. If we could draft a letter of thanks to Waste Pro, and specifically to Miss Dana Miller on her sponsorship of that, and thanking them, because we haven't recognized them for their services in that. And we did have the League of City members asking who did this, and thank you very much. And Miss Miller not only does her day job with Waste Pro, but she's also a commissioner, I think, in Alachua, and does a good job. And then I have the graduation ceremonies from Newberry High School. If anybody wants one, just look at it if you didn't attend. That's all I have. Thank you. Okay, comment period. Last but not least, come forward, please.
Bill Lewandowski, citizen. So I just want to reiterate my concern in regards to putting numbers to the different proposals to save money. In particular, when we talk about the community center, because I understand that there's a lot of work that potentially can be done here, so I get that. But you really need to look at the numbers to make sure that really makes sense. And the other thing I would suggest is also looking to make sure that it's wise to sell this building and this property. So take a look at your storage needs and the other needs of the city, because if you need this for like record storage or something like that, and you give it away, you sell it. You may be sorry you did that. And the other thing I would suggest is you look at the community center as a multi-use building, a truly multi-use building, because what happens is even if there's 3 employees, you'll fill that whole building up in a couple of years. That's just how things go. And I can use my own house as an example. My house was a multi-use building for 75 years. It was City Hall, it was a voting place, and I can tell you all the stories about my house. So there is precedence here in Archer to do that. The last thing I want to say is that Yeah, I know people get upset and, nobody likes to be criticized, and I get that. I don't like being criticized either. Nobody does. But the fact of the matter is that you are government. Everybody sitting up there except for the attorney is government. And so even George Washington was lampooned and criticized. So, I mean, it's just part of the territory. And I happen to be of the opinion, right, wrong, or indifferent, that it is a citizen's responsibility to speak their mind at meetings. Otherwise, you don't have a democracy. And we have enough of this nonsense of people trying to restrict speech at the national level. We don't need that here. We need to encourage people to speak. Now, if they speak wrong or they say things you don't like, I mean, I do get that. But encourage people to speak their minds, because if we don't have that, we don't have a democracy, and democracy starts at home. It's the only place it starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewandowski. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Green.
I'm not gonna tell you how long ago I served on the city commission, but we had no salary. We didn't collect anything. This has been a good meeting tonight, but I want to say one thing. My daddy told me a long time ago, if you're going to be in politics, you've got to have a tough hide and a short recollection. So you can't take these things personally. You're working as a group, and you have to think that way. And you have to put things on the table, whether you want to or not, when you've been approached with things. And the other thing I want to say is the budget workshops. The people I've heard that have come forward are really more interested in the finances than getting moss out of the trees or cutting the dead limbs out of the plum trees on Church Street or the oak trees in the cemetery and the azalea bushes, because they want to work on finance. And so hopefully these are people that will come forward and give specific things to help you zip through a budget workshop.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Yes, ma'am.
Rhonda Robertson, resident. Excuse me, I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. Sorry. We wait around on Dallas Lee for him to fit Archer into his schedule. We pay him when he does come. If Archer had a qualified, experienced accountant, maybe we would not need Mr. Lee. That's what I'm going to say about that.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
will continue to say it. And one other thing, the outburst from the employee. This is the third such outburst from her. I find it offensive. We all have to rein in I've had the gavel stamped on me. You've done that to me. So I have tried my best to rein in myself. If she is that unhappy, maybe it is time for her to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Both of them were offensive.
Thank you, ma'am.
Who's both of them?
Deanna, let it go. It's not worth it.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Lopez. Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Be safe.
Roberta
Yes, ma'am.
Lopez, I agree with her. I don't know if you call it insubordination, whatever you want to call it, but anyway.
It wasn't. She
was
passionate. Sorry.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. She was passionate. That was used before, but.
And I was passionate too.
Exactly. So she was passionate, not.
Yeah, I was passionate also. Anyway, I don't want to talk about passion here because it's really kind of hard. First of all, I want to say that this little document that I gave you guys, I would suggest that you really look through this, because I wanted to ask Deanna, is the community center AD and ADA compliant?
As far as I know,
I don't think so.
The front doors, I think, were close to $15,000 or $20,000. So if that's what we need to do, then we'll have to fit it in.
Yeah, that's what I found that out. It's pretty high. So you're gonna have to, before you do anything, you're gonna have to go through this list and look at it very carefully. And you think, I think Commissioner White said, we can't, it's a lot too much to stay in both, but you gotta look at these expenses on here as well. You told me to hook up those things for your meetings, isn't that like 16, what would it cost you to do that, to hook up everything you need to have your meetings there?
We purchased everything, like it's all here and some is there, so we just have to have the IT company move it.
So that's all you need on that?
Well, we'd have to pay some money to have them
That
move
would
it
still be
all.
an
Yes, ma'am.
expense.
Yes.
Yeah, But please, please look through this, because it's a lot of things here, and you need to consider whether or not will it be more, what is the cost of making this building ADA compliant versus over there? You know what I mean? Because, are you being pressured from ADA? Are they calling you or anything and telling you to get out of here?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay, are you planning to rent that building while you're moving in, while you're there?
I mean, we hadn't really got into all that. We were planning, just what staff's idea was, is we would put our offices wherever the dais on the stage, because we know we're still a voting place. So we had some ideas in our minds, but nothing in concrete. We don't want to get all into stuff until we're sure we're gonna go that route.
Okay.
So,
USDA requested updates on the termite inspection.
correct, I gave that to her, yes.
Okay, if you gave it to her, I requested it months ago. Where's
I
mine?
thought I'd send it to you.
No, I don't have it.
Okay,
I never did get that.
okay.
The other thing that I question is the $2,827.
Yes.
I requested that months and months ago, and I need to have all the receipts to that. Now, Justin mentioned to me today something about maybe the alarm system over there. Whatever is affiliated with that, why was that charged to the community center?
Time is up, Ms.
The
Costello.
false alarm, can I answer or no?
No, please let us finish this.
The false alarms were, I don't know if you remember, but they were like a year or more that were unpaid, and so we just found them, like.
So you took $2,827 to do that?
No, I don't remember how much those were, but that was false alarm and permits that were never obtained, so they belong to the community center. That's the building they belong to, they
And
work
they
for
had
this
piled up
building.
over the years?
I believe it was 1 or 2 years and they weren't paid.
So in a case like that, do you think it's very fair for all of that money to come from the community center account instead of splitting it out somewhere? Well, you could have gotten it from somewhere else, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, I just wanna say that I think Commissioner, Mayor Hope is doing a pretty good job in his position. And we don't need any division right now, not at this time. We really do not. And we've got to keep this from becoming personal. I would also like to tell all of you to look up the meaning for retaliation, because I see it in play in some places. And
May I ask a question on that? I know you guys want to leave, but you've said that more than once, and it's specifically probably towards me, and I don't understand where you're going with that.
Let me tell you
because
something,
It's
Deanna.
very offensive.
Let me tell you something, Deanna. I have, some things I say, it's never usually towards you. I know who's doing it, when it's being done, and all of that. I have stood by you all my life, all the time that you've been here, and you know that. It's not, don't take everything so
Ms.
offensive
Lopez,
like that.
your time is up. Thank you very much
Well,
for
I
your
just
passion.
want you to know, please read
Yes,
this
ma'am.
document.
Thank you for your passion. Okay, this meeting's adjourned at 10:10. Ma'am. 10:10?